Good to go.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the November 19th Bloomington Planning Commission. The Planning Commission advises the City Council on development proposals, development standards, long-range planning, and transportation issues. Some items the Planning Commission has the final decision authority. 2 of those are tonight, and others the City Council will make the final decision. The Planning Commission is made up of 7 volunteers that are appointed by the City Council and who serve up to 3 years at a time. Tonight, we have 5 items on our agenda, but before we begin, let's stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And before we get started, I'll have Glenn Markegard go through our changes since COVID-19.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. So this is our 15th remote meeting since March when the pandemic began. And we have 2 people in the chambers this evening. Everybody else is remote, commissioners, applicants, and the public. We do have the ability for anybody to testify live. If you haven't pre-registered already, just call the number on the screen, 952-563-8926, and you will receive instruction on how to testify live. If you prefer to email, the email address is planning@bloomingtonmn.gov. And we will have both of these phone number and email address scrolling across the screen if you are watching live this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Markegard. All right, our first agenda item tonight is a CUP for a drive-through restaurant, and I believe, Mr. Johnson, do you have a staff report for us?
Yeah, Commissioner Solberg and members of the Planning Commission, thanks for your time here this evening. Knowing that you have a fairly large or full agenda, I'll try and be brief here in my presentation. Let me know if you can see everything okay.
We can see it.
Okay, the Valley West Shopping Center is zoned B2 and B4, but this portion of the center that we're going to talk about tonight is zoned B2 General Commercial. So again, the Valley West Shopping Center along the northwest corner of France and West Old Shakopee, fairly well-known center, Cub Foods, Jerry's Hardware, some other prominent retailers in this center. And the area that we're going to be talking about this evening is the southern end cap of the shopping center along West Old Shakopee Road. The application is a conditional use permit for a drive-through restaurant with outdoor seating. And we'll talk about the land use component of it, of why it needs a CUP. But basically what they're proposing to do, and again, this center is owned by Krause Anderson, what they're proposing to do is to demolish the end cap Goodyear, the auto repair use, and then renovate the old Planet Fitness space that you can see on my screen is outlined in purple. Planet Fitness has already relocated to another tenant space within the shopping center. I believe the Planning Commission took action on a CUP for that relocation in 2019. And so what they would do is renovate the old Planet Fitness space to accommodate this drive-through restaurant as well as some other retail and potential future restaurant space. So getting into the land use, this is the use tables from your zoning code. The reason that restaurants with drive-through or outdoor seating are conditional uses, whereas a simple restaurant that does not have these components is just flat a permitted use. This is the result of a code change that was done, I want to say a little over a year ago, where the city made restaurants just a flat permitted use. But the components of drive-through and outdoor seating are aspects of a restaurant that have the potential to create more nuisance characteristics for abutting or even internal to properties. And so these two aspects of a restaurant use, both drive-through and outdoor seating or rooftop seating, are still have that conditional use designation, and that is why Kraus Anderson has applied for a conditional use permit for this drive-through restaurant. It has both components, drive-through and outdoor seating. The user is Dunkin' Donuts, so it would be a drive-through coffee shop. Just to note that Planning Commission has final approval authority on this type of application, again, subject to a 3-day appeal period. So again, this is the Goodyear space. This is the demolition sheet from the plan set. And they would be demolishing the Goodyear, and then the drive aisle and parking areas to the west of the Planet Fitness space and the Goodyear space. And then what they plan, and so this is a little over 8,000 square feet of space within the shopping center floor area. And then this is the site plan that they're proposing for you here associated with this drive-through restaurant. Before I get into the specific components of the site plan, what I want to note is that typically what you see with this type of application is you'll see a final site and building plan or a final development plan that accompanies a conditional use permit. But in this case, what they are doing, really the only exterior improvements they are proposing is just new exterior materials on the southern elevation of the building to create new storefronts. And then all the rest of the improvements are exterior site improvements as it relates to the drive-through and the surface parking lot. So parking areas, drive aisles, landscaping. These are the types of improvements that under the zoning code, the planning manager has the authority to approve through an administrative application. So there's a lot of applications that the city receives on commercial industrial properties that never come to planning commission just on the basis that their improvements are or what the scope of work involved is able to be approved administratively by the planning manager, even small building additions. So this is the case in this situation where should the planning commission take action on the CUP, the applicant then would have the ability to submit an administrative final development plan application following that. That being said, the reason that we want to review and evaluate the development plans that come in conjunction with the conditional use permit is that the city code requires that conditional uses be code compliant, just from a standpoint of all the different performance standards of the zoning code. So you're still evaluating the plans on the basis of being able to satisfy or fulfill the city's code requirements. But there is no formal action in this case on final development plans. So hopefully that makes sense. Just from a procedural standpoint, it's a little bit different than what we typically do just on the basis of what the scope of work is. So again, this is the old Planet Fitness space. Sorry for that long soliloquy on the process. But this is the Planet Fitness space that's being renovated. Again, this is the drive aisle on the west side of that southern and renovated end cap. And so the drive aisle is on the west side. They're providing code compliant drive aisle widths. The drive aisle or the drive through itself has the necessary stacking spaces that our code requires for drive throughs. And I would also note that there are no conflicts with other vehicular or pedestrian conflicts associated with how they're designing this. And then finally, our city code does have standards for drive-throughs when they are within 300 feet of residential uses. There is multifamily across the street from this site, but it is far enough away from the last point of contact of the drive-through that it does not qualify for those requirements. So, or those standards. And what that would include would be screening as well as restrictions on hours of operation, just due to the noise and car idling. And so just to note that the drive-through is far enough away not to trigger those special standards. Everything else you see, the surface parking area to the south, we'll talk about parking supply here in a minute, but everything else is code compliant. They're showing code compliant parking stalls and drive aisles and the such. So the space that previously is occupied by the Goodyear, which a demo permit was just issued, that basically becomes a surface parking lot to serve these new tenant spaces and new south-facing storefronts. Here's the floor plan for the proposed drive-through restaurant, again on the west. What you see on the central and eastern half of the floor plan is just speculative or perspective at this time. They don't have tenants arranged for those tenant spaces as of yet, but they are showing just generically what those retail and other potential uses could look like in the shopping center. And so the Dunkin' Donuts, or the drive-through coffee shop, has 20 interior seats. On the southwest corner is where you see this outdoor seating area. The outdoor seating area meets all the code requirements for setbacks as well as vehicular barriers. So they are proposing a patio wall here. We do need to get some more details on that as well. And just to ensure that the height is adequate. But that would all happen as part of a final development plan review as well as a building permit. But so this is the outdoor seating area. It meets setbacks. The last thing I'd say about the floor plan is just that it does have an interior trash room. We still need to verify that the finish schedule conforms to the requirements for food uses. But that is a shared trash room that would be code compliant from an area standpoint to serve all these southern end caps. One thing quickly that I forgot to mention on the site plan, I don't know if you read the fire prevention section of the staff report, you'll notice that there is a fire department connection, which is where they would make water connection with the building and the fire suppression systems inside. One of the things that the fire marshal would like to see further study on as part of the final development plan and building permit reviews in the future is just to ensure that access is maintained. And I'll talk a little bit more about that with the landscaping plan they submitted. So this is the parking analysis that was done. Again, this will formally would occur again with the administrative final development plans, but as being tasked with a CUP review to ensure code compliance, we did do a parking analysis. The net parking of this project is pretty significant in favor of adding more supply. Just on the basis of removing that 8,000 square feet of the Goodyear space and that use. And the way that we look at it when you've got a situation of a change of use is we're looking solely at what was there before versus what is being proposed. And the reason we do that is that the Valley West Shopping Center has been approved over many years with many different eras of city code parking requirements. And so what it's really tabulated as is what it was approved at when it was the original plan development. And that's why we look at it now on the basis of, what is going away and what is being proposed. So hopefully that made sense in our staff report and the analysis. Ultimately, at the end of the day, 29 parking stall increase or I should say reduction in what the parking requirement would be. In terms of the previous uses compared to the proposed uses. And then in addition to that, this project proposes 21 more parking stalls than what is out there today on the basis of constructing that parking lot south of the tenant space. So what that results in is a swing of 50 parking stalls in favor of additional supply when you consider those two factors together. So this project from a parking quantity standpoint far exceeds what the code would require. It probably would serve Kraus Anderson well in terms of being able to accommodate or cite new uses in the Valley West Shopping Center in the future. They can capture some of that excess supply. So just from landscaping, the landscape plan they submitted shows a code compliant quantity of material. The only thing I'll note here is that, again, that fire department connection is somewhere here on the west side of the Planet Fitness space or even near the former Goodyear space. So they just have to work with the fire marshal on the placement of that material so that the fire department has access to that should they need it. But everything else looks good with the landscape plan. And that would, in addition to the other development plans, would be reviewed formally and approved as part of this administrative zoning review process. So staff recommends approval of this application. Hopefully pretty straightforward. We do have a recommended motion here for you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Johnson, just if you could refresh my memory. I know we have minimum standards on parking and we study for that. How much is acceptable to have access parking? Because while it's nice to be able to park close to the building, we also don't need the entire parcel paved if it's not necessary?
Yeah, Chairman Solberg, Commissioner Roman, that's a good question. And some cities are going in that direction to set parking maximums. It's more common in urban core or, in larger big municipalities. But, that's something that some cities are going in that direction. Currently, we don't have anything in our city code that precludes a business owner from building more parking than the code requires, even if it's a bit excessive. I don't think it's excessive in this case. But I definitely recognize and acknowledge that that's the same thought did cross my mind. We just don't have an instrument in the city code that would guide or direct the landowner to chart a different course with respect to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? Not seeing any. Mr. Markegard, is the applicant available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tim Marco is present, representing Carson Anderson.
Mr. Marco?
Yeah, this is Tim Marco. I don't have much to add. I think Mr. Johnson did a great job of summarizing the project and the intent, and I'm here to answer any questions if there are any for me.
Mr. Marco, maybe just following up on Commissioner Roman's question for staff, is there a need to add additional parking? I mean, I'm familiar with the site, and there is a lot of open parking there a lot of the time, so I'm wondering if you could just explain a little bit of that need.
Yeah, I think our intent with specifically to the southern portion of where the parking is getting added, because we're changing the orientation of the Planet Fitness building to have the storefronts now facing south, we do have some ability to provide that convenience parking for those folks that will operate businesses there. As a general rule, I think we are open to filling in unnecessary parking spaces with future building opportunities should they arise. So I think this first phase of our redevelopment is specific to taking the Goodyear down and providing new business opportunities, and then seeing how the parking may change. And, Planet Fitness used to face east. Maybe if all of those folks face south now and utilize those stalls, and now there's empty parking spaces that are no longer needed to the east, and there's tenant demand there, we could relook at something like that and filling in more usable building space in the future.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Not.
Chairman Solberg, just real quick, Nick Johnson here again. Just something I forgot to add in my presentation is just a point for the public record. We haven't received any correspondence on this item to date.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Markegard. Mr. Marco, any additional comments?
No, I would just thank city staff. We've been working on this for quite some time, and I appreciate everybody's efforts to come up with a plan that's worked for both us, the owner, and the tenants and the city. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Markegard, is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak to this item?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, nobody has pre-registered and nobody has called in during the meeting. Let me just double check that. There are a few callers that have not pre-registered that are in the WebEx, so let me just check in with, I think, 4 people. So Andrew Packmeyer, I will unmute you now. Would you like to speak to this item?
No, I would not.
Okay. Just for future reference, is there an item that you would like to speak to tonight?
I'm just listening at this point.
All right. Do you want us to check in with you on each item?
No, thank you.
All right. Then we'll go to David Pruitt. I will unmute you and see if you want to speak to this item.
No, I would not.
Okay. Is there another item you'd like to speak to tonight?
No, I will be listening.
All right. And let me check in with the call-in user, area code 510. I will unmute you now. Would you like to speak to this item?
No, I do not.
All right, is there another item you would like to speak to?
I think it's the next item on the agenda.
Item 2. Okay. I'll make a note of that. And call-in user 612799, I will unmute you now. Would you like to speak to this item? I'm not hearing a response there. So I do not believe we have any.
Okay, all right. Planning Commission members, seeing no one from the public speaking on this item, is there a motion to close the public hearing? Commissioner Roman.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Commissioner Goldsman.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second before us to close the public hearing on this item. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman.
Aye.
Commissioner Corman.
Aye.
Commissioner Roman.
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi.
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton.
Aye.
And I for myself. That motion carries. The public hearing is now closed. Discussion from commissioners. Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a good proposal. I appreciate redevelopment in some of our existing commercial nodes. I think this is a good use of space. I intend to support the application. For staff's note, I know we always have a long list of things that we have to think about for the coming year, and we'll probably be doing that in the next meeting or two. I maybe add to that list of things for us to think about if it's important or not, the question about maximum parking. Again, nothing against this project, but it did raise that question.
Thank you, Commissioner Roman. Any other commissioners wish to speak on this? If not, I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Cookton.
Mr. Chair, in case PL 2020-190, having been able to make the required findings, I move to adopt a resolution approving a condition use permit for a drive-through restaurant with outdoor seating located at 10520 France Avenue South, subject to the conditions and code requirements listed in the resolution.
All right, we have a motion to approve this conditional use permit for a drive-through restaurant. Is there a second? Commissioner Goldsman.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman.
Aye.
Commissioner Corman.
Aye.
Commissioner Roman.
Aye.
Commissioner Albrecht. Sorry, Commissioner Albrecht is absent tonight. Commissioner Abdi.
Aye.
And Commissioner Cookton.
Aye.
And I for myself. That motion is unanimous and passes. That is a final decision on this unless an appeal is received by 4:30 on November 24th. All right, that concludes our first item for the evening. Now we'll move on to our second item, which is a continuation from the October 22nd Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Centenario, I believe you have the staff report for us.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a moment while I share my screen. And can the commission see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the next item on your agenda is a holdover from a previous meeting in October, and it deals with a expansion of an existing Verizon wireless facility at 10801 Bush Lake Road. So I'll kind of set the stage for how we got to this point, what the outstanding issues were that resulted in the continuance. And I do know that the applicant has a team available today to provide some additional information and testimony based on that the issues that the commission raised and that residents raised. There are at least a couple of residents that wish to speak tonight, so I want to definitely be plenty of time and not spend too much time on the presentation, because I will kind of set the stage for what the primary issues were for this application. So just to refresh folks' memory, this is an existing Verizon wireless facility bound by West Old Shakopee Road to the north, Bush Lake Road to the west, and Louisiana to the east. And the application is proposing about a 17,000 square foot expansion. The existing facility is in the black and white, and then the green on the screen is what's proposed to expand. And really the primary concerns that we heard from residents were noise and odor concerns. And I'd say the majority of the commentary we heard, or the feedback we heard from residents, related to noise. There is noise at the facility, no doubt about it, due to the cooling operations and generator testing that takes place at the site. It is a data center, and so the applicant has to keep those spaces cool, and that does take a lot of equipment, which creates the noise. So we were running into existing noise concerns at the site, and then what the impact would be when and if and when the applicant adds additional noise producing equipment. What impact would that have? And so there was a lot of concern about what that means. And so to refresh the commission and folks listening in, ultimately the Planning Commission continued, did not take action, and directed the applicant to provide some additional information in the noise study, which they did, and it was included in tonight's packet. But essentially the issue was to incorporate existing noise from the site in addition to the modeled noise levels that would be generated from the proposed expansion. And so we'll discuss that. I'll introduce that, but then the applicant does have their engineer on hand to provide a more technical review of what their modeling came up with. So just on this graphic, I'm just showing on the top a lot of air handling units. There's existing air handling units, but then there's also several proposed air handling units along the north side of the building. And then the lower screen is related to their generator exhaust stacks. So those 3 stacks that you see on the screen are from existing generators, and some of the odor concerns related to the generator testing. So just a couple more comments on the odor concerns. These are just a couple images of diesel generators, something somewhat similar to what the applicant is proposing. And so one change from the submittal from early October was there was a lot of justifiable concern about odor and what impact that would have, both from the existing generators and then the additional generators. So we are proposing language that the Environmental Health Division does have to review and approve generator testing and location plan. And that was a previous condition. One thing the applicant has identified as a change from the previous submittal was to add air scrubbers, I guess is the colloquial way to describe it. But essentially, mechanical systems added to the generators to dramatically reduce any of the particulate matter that is the cause of that diesel odor. And so I'll let the applicant explain that a little bit more. But I did want to identify that is a change. They would add this additional mitigation measure to the proposed generators. I think it's relevant to just kind of point out what is existing and what's proposed. So this is a graphic that identifies the major mechanical systems that essentially are either noise or odor producing that are relevant for our review. And what's blue is existing and what's red is proposed. And so we have existing chillers and dry coolers on the south end of the building. We have 2 large roof-mounted air handling units towards the south end of the building, a couple of existing condensers in the north, and the existing generators are within the building, but are exhausted. Obviously the exhaust goes outside of the building. So I just identified where those generators are within the existing building. For proposed in red, we have at least 3 on day 1 air handling units, but as many as 5 and then a number of condensers, as well as the generators. Their plans identify likely 2 generators, but then other plan sheets identified a couple additional future generators that we don't have any information for. And I'll just real briefly introduce the noise model that the applicant's engineer prepared and revised for tonight's meeting. And then I'll just briefly discuss some of the feedback we received related to what the appropriate noise levels are for industrial versus residential development. And so this is really a visual representation of the noise that the applicant modeled, both existing and proposed. And so obviously the warmer colors are higher noise levels, and the blues are lower. So this gives you just a graphic representation of, obviously you'd imagine the closer you are to the condensers and generators, the higher the noise level is going to be. But given the walls that the applicant is proposing, both a wall immediately around the air handling units itself, but then an additional wall beyond that, that essentially is around the perimeter of the equipment yard. And so this was something that we presented at the initial meeting, and this was a graphic from the noise study, from the initial noise study rather. And one change, the second change that I'll note is, if you can look on the screen, you see this, beige is the building itself. These are the air handling units. And then this is a wall, a barrier wall with some acoustic properties. And they identified that as a 7-foot, 6-inch wall. The second change I'll note is they have proposed to increase that by a foot, presumably to increase the level of mitigation for noise that extends north towards residential properties. So I wanted to just comment on some of the rules that we have to follow and the limitations. Again, the city does have noise standards. However, the state of Minnesota has preempted local governments from establishing standards that are stricter than MPCA. And so we're really looking at, well, what are the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency standards that apply? The Minnesota administrative rules divvies up different land uses in oh, shoot, I'm not sure what happened there. Can everyone still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay, not sure why my presentation kicked me out, but we'll try again here.
Mr. Centenario, you did cut out. I think we might have missed a sentence or two if you want to start over on this slide.
Okay, great, thank you. Just picking up, the standards that apply related to noise are divvied up in noise area classifications, or NACs. And so when we're trying to determine what noise level, the maximum noise level, what applies to a particular location, we have to figure out, well, what's the noise area classification? And that's the land use activity at the location of the receiver. So it's the receiving land use that we're trying to focus in on. And so there was some feedback from residents about, whether or not we were interpreting that correctly or what was appropriate. And so the noise area classification for residential land uses is NAC 1. And so in this case, that means a nighttime L50 level of 50 decibels. So that's no question about it. That's the standard we have to work with. However, one important thing to note is that relates, again, to a residential land use. So we're thinking of, well, where does the residential land use start? It's at the southern property line of those residential uses along West Old Shakopee Road. Now there's some commentary about, well, why aren't the measurements on the south end of West Old Shakopee Road and apply the residential category? Well, there's a different noise area classification for street rights of way. And so if you look on the screen here, you see noise area classification 1, and no doubt about it, residential uses falling within that classification. However, when you look at noise area classification 3, we see highway and street rights of way. So that's a different classification that has a much higher noise level. So when we're looking at, well, what applies where, the 50 decibel level applies at the south property line along Wetzel Chockerby Road, which is what the applicant modeled in their noise study. So this is I apologize for my rudimentary graphic here, but if you think of the Verizon facility as the noise source, the purple line represents where you measure for noise area classification 3, and the green line is where we would measure for, or look to measure it for noise area classification 1, or that 50 decibel level. So with the changes that the applicant has made, again, we'll have some commentary from them. We are recommending approval, subject to the conditions and code requirements. This is a final decision from the Planning Commission, subject to an appeal. I would note that we've heard from at least a couple of residents that they do intend to appeal the decision tonight, should the Planning Commission take action. And if we do receive that within 3 business days, this would go on to the City Council for final action. And of course, happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Centenario. Are there any questions from Planning Commission members for staff? Commissioner Cookton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions for staff. First, Mr. Centenario, there was some discussion in the staff report and the acoustic study that the neighboring property, I believe is to the west possibly or the south, but there's a neighboring property that is also emitting some noise. Is it the responsibility of this applicant to include that level of noise when we're talking about the 50 decibel threshold? So, for example, and I recognize that decibels don't work like this, but if the adjacent property was emitting 20 decibels, does that limit Verizon or an applicant to 30 decibels? Or is it not their responsibility to account for an adjacent property's noise emission?
You know, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cookton. You know, generally the applicant is responsible for the noise that they're generating, is how I would interpret it. In the revised study, they tried to address the existing noise based on taking a number of measurements, real world measurements, and provided those test results within the study. So there was page after page of test results, and there's a very formal process by which they're supposed to measure, and that's in Minnesota rules. So I think they tried to get at that. I don't think there's a perfect way to do it, to try and figure out exactly how much noise is coming from an adjacent site, but they tried to incorporate the best they could with the measurements that they took.
Thank you, Mr. Centenario. Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Centenario, it's our understanding that there's the acoustic study accounted for, I think it was 5 air handlers and 2 generators, but there's a potential for future equipment, a 6th air handler, a couple more generators. Is there something that would trigger this to be re-reviewed? Or, would another acoustic study have to be done? Or is there some protection here to prevent additional equipment crossing the 50 decibel threshold?
Sure, thank you. That's a great question, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. Yeah, the plans do identify additional mechanical units. And so while that's not, it's just identified as future, meaning it's not something that they're proposing right now. It's just a conceptual idea of where additional units could be located. So should the Planning Commission approve the plan tonight, you are not approving additional generators or additional air handling units. That's not what you would be approving. You would be approving the actual proposed units that are proposed for this building expansion, nothing in the future. But in this case, if additional generators were proposed or additional air handling units that were not addressed in the acoustic study, there would have to be an updated study to incorporate those elements. And if they can't, frankly, if they can't meet the noise limits, then they can't locate those facilities where they're shown on those plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cookton. Mr. Centenario, just as a point of information, the new addition and wall is moving how much closer or how much further north than the existing facility? Do you have that on the site plan? I was trying to figure it out, and
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if I have a precise number. I can give you an estimate real quick here. So let's see if I can share my screen, just so you can see a GIS screen, and we'll see if we can give something that's pretty close. So can you see a aerial image on screen here?
yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm just going to real quickly, and while there's discussion with the applicant, I could provide a little bit better of a number if I'm not speaking. But
Okay.
so they would meet the setback between West Old Shakopee and the proposed wall, masonry wall.
Okay.
But that is a pretty far substantially north. So in terms of like, well, let me just try this here. In terms of where the wall is going, it's probably going to be going about right here. You can see that?
Yes, we can.
And so that distance is about, I'd say give or take about 70 feet.
Okay.
But I'll be able to provide a little bit better, more precise number in a few minutes here.
If you could, and then just I'm curious at the setback that is now proposed. I know it meets the setbacks. I'm just curious. And I take that from a context of the rest of the industrial area that is opposite of the residential properties on Old Shakopee.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, one thing I would note is when this area was developed, kind of like the industrial park tended to have much larger setbacks. So you have a very wide landscape area, which you see on this site today. But updated standards allow a smaller setback, 30-foot setback between the property line and any structure. And so, while this is the application before us, we could potentially see additional applications in the future where there's expansions proposed north towards West Old Shakopee.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Centenario? Not seeing any. Mr. Markegard, is the applicant available to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I believe Mr. Pannebecker is here to speak, and if you have additional, actually selected the wrong one, just a second. Jim Pannebecker. And Mr. Pannebecker, if there are additional speakers, just let us know.
Okay. Mr. Pannebecker, you're free to speak if you wish.
If you're speaking, you're still on mute. Mr. Centenario, do you know who will be representing the applicant this evening?
Mr. Planning Manager, Mr. Pannebecker was the primary speaker. It was the call, I believe it was a 510 area code.
Okay.
Otherwise, I believe the applicant does have other representatives, more specifically the engineering team that did the noise study.
The call-in user 7 with 510 area code, I will unmute you now.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, this is Jim Pennebecker with Morrison Hirschfield. I'm the project architect. We made quite a bit of effort to update the acoustic report to address the various concerns that were raised at the last meeting. And like Mr. Centenario pointed out earlier, we did add the diesel oxidation filters to to the generators to address the odor, and I had provided some information to him. It indicates the proposed system is approximately 80 to 90, removes about 80 to 90% of the odor causing particulates or chemicals that are coming from the generator, and should dramatically restrict the odor that they're producing. We have taken several steps to reduce the noise that's being generated from the other equipment. As he pointed out, we raised the screen wall to a point where it helped us to reduce the sound, and had some limits as we started to push it higher. So we set it at that height. And we've also made some mechanical adjustments. There's an alternate fan assembly that we've been able to specify for the units, which help to mitigate some of that the sound that's generated by the air handling units. So those were some steps that we have taken with the manufacturers in order to address those concerns. We do have the acoustic consultant with us this evening, and he put together a sort of a slide presentation that hopefully will sort of walk you through what we've done, how it was put together, how we addressed some of the concerns and some of the features of the site. And I think it'd be a good time to let Tony Baxter present that and walk you through that study.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pennebecker. Mr. Baxter, are you available?
Yes, this is Tony Baxter with ESI Engineering.
Welcome.
Mr. Centenario, can you put the slides up for that?
Mr. Baxter,
excuse me. I think
I've just given you control, Mr. Baxter, of the screen if you want to present some slides.
Okay. So I can share my screen, or they will be.
You can. Yep.
Alternatively, Glenn, if we have problems with that, I can bring it up and then advance the slides as Mr. Baxter wishes, whatever seems to work well technologically.
Do you have them up, Mr. Centenario?
Mr. Chair, I will bring them up. I think I need the ability to share again.
All right, Mr. Markegard's moving control. Hopefully, this is a lot of technological news here tonight, so we'll see if it continues and works well. It looks like you have control, Mr. Centenario.
So I believe I am sharing. You should see
it is now just
Verizon MSC expansion noise control.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will put it in presentation mode, and then.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Baxter, if you would, just let me know when you want me to advance slides, and hopefully we can deal with it that way.
Okay, if you could go to page 2, please. The next page. So this is an overview of the site, and Mr. Centenario did a better job, I think, describing it maybe than I'm going to show. But we have the 5 new air handling units on the north side of the expansion. There are 6 new condensers. There are 2 small little AC kind of unit condensers, almost residential size, that aren't shown there, just between the new condensers and the generators. There are 2 generators as shown. On the rooftop, there are 2 existing rooftop units. And then on the south side, there are 3 existing dry coolers and 3 air-cooled chillers. The air-cooled chillers run in the summertime, when temperatures get low enough, they shut down and the dry coolers kick on. So those two are doing the same function at different times of the year, and they don't operate at the same time. The dry coolers are louder. So we didn't include in our models, our calculations, the air-cooled chillers, because it's not a worst-case condition. We did include the dry coolers because when we did go out to make measurements, the dry coolers were not running. It was the chillers that were running. So we did include in our calculation the dry cooler noise. If you could go to the next page, please. So what I'd like to show you from some of the comments and questions that came up the last meeting, I'd like to talk about just the calculation methods that we used generally and the criteria. Our calculations and what were included in the calculations, the measurements that we made of the ambient conditions, and then show you the results of our analysis. The calculations method that we use generally, and I'll explain the word generally here in a second, but generally follows the methods that are outlined in an ANSI standard. And the standard has methods to predict noise in weather conditions that are favorable to propagation. In those conditions are a downwind propagation of the noise or noise that propagates under this temperature inversion. So some of the comments that came back were about refraction. And this method includes that. Refraction is a noise that refracts. It doesn't travel up into the atmosphere and off into far distance. The weather conditions can kind of keep that noise down to the more down into the surface. And the standard says that these conditions and this method are chosen to provide accuracy in measurement and in prediction, and to provide appropriate conditions for meeting a specific community noise limit, a level that's seldom exceeded. I added the word meeting in there. That word was omitted from the standard, but shows up in some commentary by the working group that developed the standard. And I think it was a typo in that it was left out. But this is the method. So it's also commonly called the excess attenuation method. It's the methods that is used by lots of different software that can be purchased by. It's in all the textbooks. It's what's taught as the way to predict noise as it propagates away from sources out into the environment. So our method of calculation follows the standard. I use that word generally, and I'll explain that next. You can go to the next page, please. So here's just an equation at the top. The sound pressure is equal to the sound power plus a term called the directivity correction or directivity index that is used to account for reflections and things, plus a term that has to do with divergence of noise as it propagates away from a source out into the environment, how that noise is reduced with distance. And then a bunch of terms that are called excess attenuation. The first term is a term that deals with atmospheric absorption. The next term, that A sub GR, has to do with ground absorption. And there's a barrier effect, A sub A bar, and then foliage, trees and things, and then housing. For the most part, we're ignoring the excess attenuation terms. They only reduce the noise level. They don't add to it. We're ignoring atmospheric absorption, or ignoring ground attenuation. We do include barrier attenuation, and we do include some barrier effect or some screening of houses. For the most part, we're going to ignore those terms. And the reason is, do we do this in the winter conditions or the summer conditions? Does the ground have snow and ice on it, or is it grass? We don't. If we ignore them, and they're only going to reduce levels further, we can ignore them. I guess that's the point. And it will keep us on the conservative safe side. And there's a common engineering approach to this type of analysis. The one divergence in our calculations from the standard is in how we deal with that barrier. We're using some equations that have been used in the States for and around the world, I'm sure, for 80 years. Very, very common set of equations that rely on this Fresnel number. And the standard uses a method that has been developed in Germany, and it includes some ground attenuation effects. And it's not described what those effects are. And so we're not using that method. We're using a more common method here. And our method is probably about a decibel less attenuation than the method that's in the standard. So I'm comfortable and confident that we're underestimating the performance of the barrier, if anything. So is the basis of our calculations. You can go to the next slide. We did make ambient noise measurements on the site based on the comments in the previous meeting. And we made these measurements in the early morning of October 27th. I believe that was a Wednesday, from about 1 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. And the measurements at each location lasted 2 minutes. And the reason we made short measurements like that is we're interested in the steady background noise. We're not interested in getting traffic noise. We want to know how quiet it is without traffic. Mechanical equipment makes steady noise. What we found was that levels were in the high 30s into the low 40 range. I'll say generally 38 to 42 dBA. It's fairly quiet up there without the traffic. At location A, which is on the Verizon property, right on the north side there, we monitored noise at that location for 7 days. And if you can go to the next slide, and that location is fairly representative of what's going on, you know, both on the north and the south side of Old Shopview Road. Here's a measurement from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. At that location A on Wednesday the 28th. And it's quite a range. In the nighttime or early morning hours from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., noise ranges from 42 dBA there at the low up to 70, roughly about 70 dBA on the high side. 28 decibel spread, and it's traffic noise. And then during the daytime, we're seeing levels that go from 50 dBA. You know, we have some that are clipping 80, but I would say more in the mid 70s is the high. So it's primarily that's traffic noise that was happening there. But what's interesting in that plot is if you were to draw a line there at 50 dBA, for that 24-hour period, 81% of the time, noise exceeds 50 dBA. So without the traffic, we see levels that are, 42 or, in some areas in the neighborhood 38 dBA. With traffic, what's happening just generally in the environment is high, the noise levels are higher. Our goal is to have the mechanical equipment be below 50 dBA. That's the criteria. That's the goal. Okay, if you go to the next page, please. Mr. Centenario already pointed out that the MPCA requirements 50 dBA at nighttime residential and 60 dBA at the daytime. The state statute also says that these standards are consistent with speech, sleep, annoyance, and hearing conservation requirements for receivers in those noise area classifications. And this is outdoor noise, not indoor noise. This is noise to be measured in the outdoor environment. And the next page, please. Could you go to, yep. There was a question about where is this noise to be measured? In the 20 some years that I've been working on these types of problems, the way the MPCA requirements have always been evaluated is, evaluated is at the point of the nearest receiver on the on their property. It would be in the noise area classification of the receiver. And in my interpretation of the statutes and of the MPCA guide to making guide to noise control in Minnesota, I think that's the right interpretation. It's the way the MPCA does it. It seems that's the way that it's normally done. And Mr. Centenario pointed out as well that part of the NAC is highways and streets or whatever. Okay, next slide. Our calculations, we increased the size of our area that we calculated over from the last meeting. We're roughly 1,850 feet in the north-south direction and 1,880 feet in the east-west direction. South of Old Shakopee Road, the ground is fairly level. We didn't put in small deviations in elevation going to the south. To the north of Old Shakopee Road, there is a grade. It's not very steep. From over 525 feet, I think it is, to the second cul-de-sac up there in the north, we gain about 15 feet. So we included that grade from zero at Old Shakopee Road to 15 feet and then increasing even farther up to the top of the model. We included that elevation change in our calculations. Our calculations, well, you can go to the next slide. We tried the best we can. As far as I know, we did make worst case assumptions. I say in that first sentence that the MSC is designed with 100% redundancy, and that's not entirely true. That's not a good statement. The 5 air handling units, they don't have 100% redundancy for those. But our model included the 5 air handling units operating at 80% capacity because they do have excess capacity in the units. It's not 100% capacity. 2 small condensing units, one is a spare. One will run, the other one won't need to run at the same time. In our model, we included them both at 100%. Similarly, with the 4 condensing units, only 2 of them will run at a time. We put them, all 4 of them in there, running at 100%. The 3 dry coolers on the south side of the building, I believe there's probably redundancy in those. I don't know what it is. So we have them all in there running at 100%. And in addition, we included the topography, as I said before. The generators we dealt with separately. We don't have the generators in those calculations, in those contour plots. That generator noise is not there. And the reason is this, and again, it's engineering. It's an engineering judgment. The generators will run for maintenance during the daytime, and their requirement is to meet 60 dBA. The other mechanical equipment there that we're going to analyze will run all the time. We have to assume it runs at nighttime. We need to meet the 50 dBA requirement. I'll try to explain the logic here. If you have 2 sources and they're both at 50 decibels, and you add them together, you get 53 decibels, the way that logarithmic math works. If you have one source that's at 50 and one source that is at 60, you add them together and you get 60.4. There's almost no change. If you round it, you're going to get 60. There's no change. So if the sources, if you have 2 sources and one of them is quieter than the other one by more than 10 decibels, you don't really need to work. You don't need to worry about it. It's not going to add anything to the environment. Work on the louder one, right? For that reason, we can look at the generators separately from the rest of the mechanical equipment. The rest of the mechanical equipment, we're going to meet the 50 dBA requirement. It's quiet compared to the generators during the daytime. They need to meet 60. They're not going to be additive. Calculations that I've done on the 2 new existing generators, we will meet the 60 dBA requirement on the Verizon property on the south side of Old Shakopee Road. So I'm not too worried at all about these being additive sources. I don't need to have that complexity of the generator noise into that contour plot program. I hope that was clear. Okay, you can go to the next slide. This is the results of the calculations. There are 2 points that kind of picked off of this to kind of illustrate noise levels. One is this point number 1 that's on the north side of Old Shakopee, near, kind of in the direction of the nearest home, and that, under the conditions that I mentioned previously, we evaluated that point and we get 48 dBA at that location. And the requirement's 50. The other point is a location 2 to the southwest. And that location is, we evaluated that at 47. That point is controlled primarily by the dry cooler noise, not by the, which is existing, not by the new equipment that's being added on the north side. The other thing we did was evaluated these points separate from our calculations in this contour plot model, which I did by hand calc, just confirm that we're getting the right answers. And within a couple tenths of a decibel, I got the same numbers when I picked points to do it by hand calculations. So I'm confident that the results here are accurate results. I guess that's I think I've covered everything that I intended to. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this.
Thank you, Mr. Baxter. Just a couple as it pertains to modeling. So the modeling is based on a generic condition. Is that correct? For, say, we're talking about the air handling units on the north side. Is that based on having the sound absorption material that's proposed, or is that just a generic model?
Well, it's of the conditions that are there. It includes the barriers that Mr. Centenario showed in that section view.
Okay.
The generic conditions would be winds that are favorable, blowing from the source towards all the receivers, and or the temperature inversion condition.
Okay.
You normally wouldn't have both of those conditions. I don't think you maybe ever get those conditions at the same time. If winds are blowing, you probably are not going to get temperature inversions. So it's an or condition, not an and condition.
Okay, thank you. And so just as you said, those are based on those conditions. One of the questions I have is really, what is that noise reduction coefficient of that sound absorption material that's on that barrier wall, on that wall surrounding it? What was that? What is that projected to be, or what are you guys planning on?
I don't know off the top of my head what the NRC is for that material. Um,
And the second part of that is can that be, you know, if that's a 0.4 at this point, could you increase that to a 0.8? And
Yeah.
so that might be something to consider moving forward. It would be helpful information, I think, ultimately, understanding what that reduction would be.
Yeah, putting absorption material on the inside of a barrier, and the barrier that has that is the barrier that's nearest to the air handling unit.
Yep, correct. Okay.
It helps control reflections off the inside of that surface. It is good practice to have that there. Not necessary on all barriers. Whether it's a 0.7, which it probably is a number of 0.7 or 0.8 or 0.9, it's probably not going to affect the results at all. Not something that would be noticeable. And to be honest, to be forthright with you, that level of detail is not included in our calculations.
Okay. That's part of what I was trying to get to is how
it's not.
specific is the model.
It's not that specific because it won't have that great of an effect. But it is a good practice to have absorption material on the inside of a barrier, particularly when that barrier is within 3 feet of the side of the air handling unit. It's good to have it there in that condition.
Okay.
It's just good. It's good practice.
Okay, and I think you alluded to it a little bit in your presentation, but is there a rule of thumb for just general sound travel and the reduction over a distance?
Yes, for point source, which these are in this model, that's that divergence term. It's 6 decibels per doubling of distance. So if you go from 100 feet, if you're 50 dBA at 100 feet, you go up to 200 feet, you'll be 44 dBA. It'll drop 6 decibels.
Okay, and then maybe in the other realm, is there corrections or should I say factors for changes in elevation? And you alluded to it a little bit, I think, about the elevation and how it was modeled. My understanding is that the air handling units are going to be up about 5 feet from Old Shakopee, and then it's level, and then it goes back up if we follow the trajectory or the topography of the land. Is there anything about the way that travels based on even with barrier?
Well, correct. As your receiver is higher and higher, they're going to get to some point where they can look over the top of the barrier, right?
Sure.
We don't have that condition. We're not going to get that far away. I suppose at some point you could get that far away, and you could get high enough that you could see over the top of the barrier. But you're also so far away that the noise is just from normal reduction with distance is not an issue at that point. So.
Okay, yeah, and I think that's what I was trying to understand a little bit about. There are factors that may reduce some of that impact, and there are factors that may exacerbate that impact. All right, are there any other questions for Mr. Baxter from Commission members? Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baxter, you may or may not be the person to help me with this question. So if it's not you, feel free to call on someone else. But these generators that are on site, I think we were told last time, are diesel, and that we heard about some of the mitigation that was added for emissions. My question is, I guess I'm getting at, what is the lifespan of a tank of diesel? And are there situations when the diesel needs to be consumed or hauled off, and you consume the product because you paid for it. So are the generators running longer than required for a test? I guess is what I'm wondering.
Well, you're right that I'm not the person to answer that question. Maybe perhaps Mr. Pannebecker can answer that. I am not in a position to answer that.
Mr. Pannebecker, are you available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Are you
Okay.
able to answer
The-
Commissioner
the-
Roman's question?
Yes, I can. The generator, the fuel tanks have a filtering system on, so it's the fuel is continually conditioned and filtered, so it removes moisture and other things that would cause the fuel to go bad. So there is no time that they would have to burn off fuel due to it going bad.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner Roman, for now?
Yes, that's all. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Cookton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baxter, you touched on it a little bit, but could you again address why you're comfortable modeling those 5 air handler units at 80% instead of 100%?
They have redundancy built into them. They have extra capacity, and it's our understanding that they won't need to run at 100% load. They can, but they don't need to. With the I hope I'm using the right term. If the new expansion was full of the gear that they're going to put in there, and we had the hottest of hottest and most humid days in the summer, that 80%, with 5 of them running at 80%, would be the max condition that they would experience. It's my understanding that they wouldn't need that. They wouldn't need to go to 100%, for instance, 5 and 100%. It would not be necessary.
Mr. Chair, clarification, if I may.
Go ahead.
So just so I'm understanding that correctly, there's additional redundancy in case one of them goes down and they can run on 4. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Is that a question for me?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
That's my understanding.
This is Chair Solberg. I have an additional question, and I'm not sure if this is better suited for you, Mr. Baxter, or Mr. Pennebecker. But so I know when you said you modeled, it wasn't necessary to model the generator, and I think there was something to the effect of any emergency. I don't remember what the language was. Can you explain, is that in the MPCA language that noise generated during emergency or life, I don't remember how it was characterized, does not need to meet standards?
I'm not aware that it's in the MPCA requirements, no. I'm not sure where that comes from, to be honest with you. I know that that's normally the way it's handled with life safety issues. That during a true emergency, that the noise code is not applied in most cases.
Okay, and maybe it's a question for Mr. Markegard or Mr. Centenario. Do you have anything you can add on that?
Mr. Chair, I do have a quick comment. When we were discussing the application with environmental health staff, the entity that essentially is responsible for investigating noise complaints, or it's in a chapter that they administer, Mr. Baxter's statement about in a true emergency, the noise code can be waived. That's a correct statement. So if it is a true emergency and the electrical system has been compromised and the Verizon facility is dependent on generated power, the noise standards could be waived during the emergency.
Mr. Centenario, I hate to pick on you a little bit with this, but is that then a application that would come to the city? Or would that just be, or how would that be determined? And again, part of what I'm trying to understand here is what the conditions are that necessitate an emergency where the generators might be running more than just the day, because that truly does affect the modeling, it sounds like.
Mr. Chair, I don't know all the scenarios that would apply. I believe it is in the environmental health manager's ability to waive those requirements, but I'm not aware of all the various scenarios that waiver could apply.
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you, Mr. Centenario. We can probably move on with that. I appreciate the information, and we'll. Any other questions at this point from commissioners for the applicant? All right, not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Baxter and Mr. Panabecker, for your information tonight. Now we'll move on to public comment. Mr. Markegard, how many from the public do we have that are wishing to speak tonight?
Mr. Chairman, we've had two members of the public pre-register for comments, and the first is Ms. Gemma Miller. If you want to comment now.
Gemma Miller, are you available to speak?
I will unmute you in case that's the issue.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you.
This is probably a question for Mr. Panabaker. In the study done for the ambient noise, and particularly the early morning hour of October 27th, where the temperature did go down to 17 degrees. And I believe that was the lowest it went in all the study of those few days they did. What if, because our winters here in Minnesota can go 0 or below at night, how much could that change the decibel level of noise?
All right, thank you. Gemma, did you have any additional questions? One thing I did not clarify is the way the Planning Commission works is any questions will be directed to the Planning Commission chair. And if the Planning Commission decides that those are needed to be answered, we'll direct those again at the applicant.
Okay.
So, are there any other questions?
No, I didn't make anything specific when I asked to be able to join this meeting, other than, well, I did, there was, when we had the meeting on October 8th, okay, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. The discussion at the end, and part of the discussion of which the Planning Commission did not approve it, was not only the noise pollution, and the study needed to be done differently further. Also, there was some objection to they didn't have a complete planting plan for the green space.
For the landscaping.
There has been no talk of that tonight at all. So I wonder why that got overlooked for the landscaping, and what are we going to do about that?
Okay. All right, we can certainly take that under advisement, and you are correct. We did talk about that last week or a couple weeks ago. And are there any other questions?
No, that'll be all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Centenario, can you maybe refer back to Gemma Miller's question on the landscaping and what the current plan is for that.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I'll share a slide of what the landscaping plan looks like that was submitted earlier on. And are you able to see the landscaping plan on screen? It's a partial, not the entire plan, but should give you a good idea of what they're proposing.
No, right now we're still looking at ESI
Okay.
engineering.
All right, well, let me try again.
The landscape.
Is this any better,
plan's
Mr.
coming
Chair?
up. Yep, it's coming up.
Okay, so the issue that Ms. Miller identified was a deficiency in the amount of landscaping material that was initially proposed on the landscape plan, and we don't have a new landscaping plan to present to you, but the applicant and I have discussed what those deficiencies are. And while they didn't resubmit a landscaping plan, they have done some work on their end to address that. We do have a recommended condition of approval related to landscaping, that they would have to meet all code requirements. And that is a quantity-based requirement. And so I have no reason to believe that they would not be able to meet that requirement, as well as provide the performance surety. That's a code requirement. Another issue that came up was the removal of trees, existing trees. And speaking with the applicant, yeah, there's no way to avoid a lot of the removals, which is code complying. You are able to remove trees. You have to replace them. But I think in discussing with the applicant, I think there is a couple existing trees that were identified as being removed that could be retained. So the majority would be removed, but I think some fine tuning of the plan, we can retain at least a couple additional trees that were originally proposed to be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Centener. That sounds similar to what we've done in many other applications. Is it has to be approved by the planning manager, and I believe we talked about an emphasis of replacing as many trees as possible in that north. I guess north-facing area of the property. So thank you for that. We are going to see if we could address the additional question about temperature, and I guess I would ask Mr. Baxter again. Lower temperatures, higher temperatures, how do they affect the travel of noise? Mr. Baxter, are you available?
Okay, I was muted.
Okay. Yep, we can hear you now.
The propagation of noise through the atmosphere at different temperatures has to do with that air absorption term, and I would have to do a little bit of research into that, because it has to do not only with temperature but also with humidity. So I guess the question is cold, dry air versus warm, humid air. It's also complicated because it depends on what frequency the noise is at. If the noise is low frequency, there's not a lot of absorption in air at low frequencies. If it's a high frequency noise, there's quite a bit of absorption. So I think it's probably too difficult of a question just to give an answer and we have confidence that I'm giving you an accurate answer. I'd have to study it more.
Okay, thank you for that information at this time, Mr. Baxter. And I think, again, back to why the model provides what it does. All right, Mr. Markegard, who is our next individual?
Mr. Chairman, Gary Jurin is our next registered speaker.
Okay. Mr. Jurin, I hope we're pronouncing that right. And I believe you were speaking last month, and I apologize because I don't believe I came back to you after the others had testified. So please go ahead.
All right. Mr. Jurin, we're not hearing you. If you want to unmute. I notice there are 2 call-ins, so I am going to try to unmute the other in case that's the issue here.
Hey, Glenn.
Oh, there we go.
We can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna hang up on the
Oh, yes, we have a lot of feedback.
Okay, can you
Hello?
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Is that feedback from me?
Yeah.
You have a phone and potentially another microphone open? Okay.
I didn't have this problem the last time.
No?
This is unfortunate here.
That's okay. We will wait. We understand the technical issues.
I'm going to call in on the call-in number, and then I'm going to turn off my speaker here and try it over the phone.
Does that work, Mr. Markergard?
Yep.
All right.
That works.
Thank you. We'll wait for you to call in.
All right, Mr. Chairman, in the meantime, we can check in with a couple other people on the line just to make sure, see if they would like to speak or not.
Okay.
Andrew Packmeyer, I will unmute you now. Would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And David Pruitt, I will unmute you now.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have a call-in user. Area code 612799. I will unmute you now. Would you like to speak to this item?
I believe I'm waiting for item number 5.
Okay, would you like to speak to item number 5?
I'll wait till it gets discussed.
Okay, we'll come back to you for that item. Thank you.
All right.
And I believe that's everybody. Let's go back to Mr. Jurin.
All right.
I will.
Mr. Jurin, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still trying to do the phone, so just give me one more second.
Okay.
I'm going to turn my computer off and just call in on the phone.
Okay, that works.
Okay, here we go.
All right, we'll take a couple minutes here while we wait for Mr. Jurin to call in. I know he had substantial comments, commissioners. I think many of you saw his the various items that he had submitted for our review, both in the packet and subsequent emails.
All right, looks like we have a new call-in user. Area code 952, I will unmute you.
Yeah, this is Gary. Are we good?
We can hear you, but we're still getting feedback. I wonder if the volume is on your computer or television or...
No.
There's a bit of feedback.
Okay, hang on.
I notice you're in 2 times. I will eject the other call in, and that might do it. Let me try doing that.
This. I think I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good.
Yep, you sound fine now.
All right. Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
Nope. Go ahead, Mr. Jern.
Men, guys and ladies. Okay. So, yeah, good evening, everybody. Planning Commission, city staff, and guests. Yeah, my name is Gary, last name pronounced Garin.
Garin.
Garin. Yep. I represent myself and, most importantly, many other residents of Southwest Bloomington. My testimony to follow represents the concerns of every member of this southwest corner of Bloomington. I submitted Exhibit 03, which is a petition from all the citizens that we canvassed so far. And most were aware of the situation, some were not. It was explained to them what the situation is. This coalition stands in direct opposition to any and all expansion along the old Shakopee corridor, which will have the propensity to add to the existing noise and air pollution along the corridor. In particular, this testimony is intended to summarize the coalition opposition to the Verizon expansion, which I believe, as will clearly demonstrate, further intensifies the noise and air pollution effects on our neighborhood. I trust every member of the Planning Commission has been afforded the time to thoughtfully review our Exhibits 1 through 5 as submitted in accordance to this case.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Accordingly, I'd like to I would completely understand if many of you would have questions regarding the content therein. Unfortunately, we've talked before this meeting about some time constraints. I'm certainly putting pressure on myself, actually, to try to get through this as quickly as I can, just cover the high points, and make every effort to complete this testimony as quickly as possible and within 10 minutes, if at all possible.
Thank you.
Moving on, our exhibit number 1 that we submitted, yes, I understand as of tonight, some further clarifications made by Mike. I guess would have been good to have a little bit of feedback on this prior to this call tonight, because I submitted this exhibit back on October 19th. I guess the interpretation difference is noted. And I'll be just following up in the future offline from this meeting, if necessary or if appropriate. Exhibit number 2, that was submitted October 23rd and was in response to the original engineering study done by ESI. As has been brought up here tonight, I'm going through it real quick, but page 1, we note that there was a future 6 auxiliary handling unit has been noted. It's been reconfirmed again tonight that there quite possibly will be, or anyways, that yes, there is a future 6 auxiliary handling unit being considered, which I would argue is, that's a 20% increase potentially of just air handling noise alone, which is the predominant noise generating of this mechanical equipment at nighttime that's being studied here. Page 2, we bring up that the 2 future generators, which is also being considered, at least it's on their radar screen. Them being Verizon. My only comment at this time is, somebody mentioned possible future analysis may be required if this equipment were put in. I would say that it would be unfortunate to do future analysis and find out there's going to be a potential problem with the 6A AHU and the 2 additional generators at a future time. And why not do that analysis now, including the 6 AHU, just so it can be on or off the table permanently? And similarly, the future generators should be, when we talk about the cumulative effect of those generators, all may or may not meet noise requirements either. So the rest of my study there had a lot of the technicalities with omissions, with having to do with the parameters of diffraction, refraction, and reflection, which I think have been discussed enough tonight. I would concur that the current engineering analysis probably incorporates or attempts to incorporate some portion of that. Only reality would demonstrate different. Generators, like I said, 4 new generators are potential to the 3 existing generators. And then we had some questions at the end of that and some requests. And the primary request was to ask for a third-party engineering noise model peer review. In other words, another company to look at this situation on behalf of the residents, so to speak. I just looked here that, I'm not saying anything negative one way or the other, but Verizon hired Morrison, who hired ESI, assumptions could vary as a difference of opinion and inputs and things like that. A third party might bring some more things to the table. I've done the best I can, but I'm just one man trying to handle a lot of this at this point. So anyways, let me pound down through.
You're doing fine.
And then we talked about the 3D model. I don't know to what extent the 3D modeling was done. It certainly doesn't represent any 3D plots like we showed in our Exhibit 2 on page 10, which would clearly show a lot more, put a lot more validity to the model as far as I'm concerned than just the tick marks of elevations in feet. But I will take ESI at their word for now that in some way, somehow, that elevation has been considered. Moving on to Exhibit 3, which was simply our petition. That petition has, of the 29 residences that we canvassed, all 29 residences are very concerned about this expansion and have signed it. There's 6 more along Louisiana Avenue to canvass in different cul-de-sac spots here and there, and 13 residences on Bush Lake Road Circle to the west. Precedent suggests that there would be 100% buy-in to the petition, 50 residencies total, 100 residents or more at the end of the day are very concerned about this expansion, the noise and pollution that goes with it. So moving on to Exhibit 4. Again, we're back to the 2 new generators specifically. Suggests that there may be upwards of 4 generators at some future date. We point out on page 2, the EPA and the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency just diesel exhaust can result in adverse respiratory effects, aggravate allergies, exacerbate asthma, and prolonged exposure can cause lung cancer. The EPA, air toxins emitted from stationary engines include formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, and methanol. These toxins are not removed by the said scrubbers, I don't believe, which simply remove particulate matter. The EPA go on to say that diesel exhaust contains more than 40 toxic contaminants, including many known or suspected cancer-causing substances. We did a quick calculation. I asked if these engines are Tier 4, which are the best money can buy from a environmental point of view, emissions point of view, but because they're emergency, code would say Tier 2, 3 would be sufficient. So I've assumed Tier 2, 3. And we go down through our Exhibit 4 on page 3, and we show that Tier 2, Tier 3 would be a 50% reduction in emissions from a 0 tier, which is coming right off a diesel engine with nothing. They call it uncontrolled. I gave some comments from the California Air Services Board that an uncontrolled 1 megawatt diesel engine operating for 200 hours per year would increase the risk of residents within 1 block by as much as 50%. On page 5, I do a quick calculation, which I look forward to challenge, but I haven't heard anything yet specifically. So I did a calculation that the existing plus proposed expansion is 10,500 kilowatts of diesel. That's 10.5 megawatts. If you add the 2 existing, you'll be up to 16.5 megawatts. The above article, Tier 2, 3, cuts those by 50%. Extrapolating a quick calculation, we end up at 8 megawatts of equivalent uncontrolled emissions. Potential cancer risk increased by 400%. And then I had a series of questions asking about how many diesel engines are currently on site, what are their tier ratings, and what would be the total maximum that Verizon will accept as a permit use infinitum. We go on to, we have big concerns about the amount of diesel fuel that's going to be stored on site. We ask questions to get confirmations there. We get into diesel testing. From what I can see from the Code of Federal Regulations, testing of emergency generator systems is limited to 100 hours per year. Now, just because a guy puts 1,000 generators on his site and cuts them by 10%, down to 10%, so that he ends up what he needs, but he's got a bunch of generators, doesn't give him 1,000 hours of testing. I would argue that the Code of Federal Regulations will limit this site to 100 hours per year of generator testing. And if you have 7 generators on site, that's going to limit you to 15 hours per year per generator. And I think that's going to pose a problem. Am I still there? Hello?
Yep, we're here.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
On page, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I just heard a couple beeps, so I thought, better make sure. So we were asking that the city reply to this. In particular, we think that with the 100-hour limit, Verizon would be forced to test more than 1 generator at a time. It's been stated vaguely in the ESI report that testing will be done one generator at a time. It's on page 7 of their report. And I'm saying you don't have enough hours in the year to do one at a time and meet the testing requirements for up to 7 generators. So when you do multiple generator testing, you're going to exceed the city noise code limits. So that's it on Exhibit 4. Exhibit 5.
Yep, that's up.
Again, I'm just going to walk through it real quick, but we had the, we see that with 5E, if we add the 6 AHU, it could add a decibel, up to a decibel to all data results. As far as their methods, we reserve the opportunity to comment further because it would have been nice to see these methods slide presentation that ESI published tonight to see that earlier. They show that there's a 15-foot elevation rise. The homes are from the ground to the bedroom windows is another 15 feet at the garden circle location. So those windows are about 30 feet elevated from the site, which I argue due to diffraction anomalies and even refraction anomalies could see even a heightened calculation at that elevation. And so we're requesting that the elevations be redone, considering elevations of bedroom windows on the south side of those homes being 15 feet higher than all those elevations that are listed currently. Because I believe code talks about at points where human activity. So reflection, they commented that reflection, in their opinion, in our opinion, will not be significantly higher due to the service lot wall being added approximately, I think, I'm going to guess 40 feet, 30 feet from the street, from the sidewalk. I differ. I think the reflection could add about 2 to 3 decibels from the traffic noise impact on the residents. Traffic noise bouncing off that wall, reflecting back to the neighborhood. I estimate 2 to 3 dBA would be added. I think I think that should be to the account of Verizon and their 50 decibel level. Suggest that they do a calculation, enhance their model, put the wall in, have a load case, input 85 dBA in the middle of the road, and see what we get. And that would be a standalone load case so we could evaluate with and without the wall. Observations that if we compare the measurements in their table 2 to the calculated results on page 11, indicates an approximate 5 to 6 dBA increase of about 5 to 6 dBA based on 48 dBA. So even if the 50 dBA is ultimately attained, the residents are going to see an 8 dBA, potentially an 8 dBA increase over what we experience right now. And per that diagram, and it's common information that an 8 dBA increase would be slightly less than a perception of the noise being twice as loud. So we've already been complaining where it is now, and it's potentially going to go to a perception to our ears of twice as loud. We also talk about the if the 50 dBA is obtained, that'll be round the clock existing, therefore all through the night, all through the day too, but that's irrelevant because as it's been pointed out, old Shakopee noise is between 60 and 70 dBA So round the clock now, if we add noise at night, we're going to see somewhere between at nighttime levels, if we include another company just down the road from them pumping 50 dBA as well, we add the two 50 dBAs logarithmically, we end up at 53 dBA. So we got 53 dBA at night up to 70 dBA during the day. And that range, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. The World Health Organization is a lot more progressive than our country and our state, and at this point, our city. They indicate that a 40 to 55 dBA level is adverse health effects on the exposed population. Many people have to cope with noise and severely affected at night. And in the 55 dBA range, and again, here I'm talking 53 min to 70 max. World Health Organization, 55 decibels. This situation is considered increasingly dangerous for public health. Adverse health effects occur frequently. Sizable portion of the population is highly annoyed and sleep disturbed. There is evidence that the risk of cardiovascular disease increases. Many residents have lived in their homes for 30 years, raised their families here. Many have retired or will be and spend a lot more time in and around our homes. The above is a real situation with real potential consequences. I'm almost done, guys.
You're doing fine.
Potential remedies. Somebody threw out a better insulation on the wall. I think there are levels of sound attenuation in barriers based on how much money you want to spend. You get a better performance. I'm not an expert. I haven't had time to do the research. Don't know that I'm being paid to do the research. I'm not. Let's put it that way. I mean, I've been doing all this on my own, just trying to slow this process down so we can have a reasonable conversation and make sure that, you know, you're not going to have a lot of 100+ really upset residents at the end of the day and trying to scramble and do something about it later. So another one is, so I said add sound absorption to the exterior wall behind AHUs. In other words, the face of the building. I don't know if that helps or not. My instincts tells me it would. The other would be to add a T-top to the sound of the barrier wall. That's been proven to lower decibels from between 2 and 3 dPA. It's a similar cost to raising the barrier another 3 feet. It was noted earlier that due to our input the first go around, to meet the criteria, I believe, of 50 dBA, they had to increase the wall height 1 foot already. I'm saying at the very least, let's put a T-top on it and maybe get another 2 to 3 dBA out of what's going on. Lastly, a big thing, a big idea. Not sure why Verizon can't consider putting all the noise equipment to the southeast corner of their property, which further embeds the noise emitting machinery into the industrial zone where it belongs. I'm brainstorming, but if we dig a big trench and we run electrical lines from the equipment to the new building, they can put the building on the front side, no problem. Run electrical cabling to the new building, run piping for coolant lines back and forth to the air handlers. I would want to understand why that wouldn't, aside from cash, why that wouldn't be an option. The other good thing is that you might not need to have that big, long, 14-foot high barrier wall. This is not the sound barrier, but this is the barrier that's going to go 30 feet from the sidewalk, or 20, gets as close as 10 feet to the sidewalk at the far end, maybe 15 feet. And it's 14 foot tall and it's going to look atrocious. Well, there's cost to that wall. it wouldn't be necessary because the only thing you're going to have there is a building facade. So if we move the 3 existing generators and put all the new stuff, including the air handling units, back where all the other equipment is currently, and as was pointed out, when you double the distance, you cut the sound level by 6 dBA. And moving it to the southeast corner would approximately double the distance, more than double the distance to the residences. And we had a bunch of questions at the tail end of that exhibit that we would like to have answered. So that's going through all the exhibits. In summary, given this testimony and the unanswered questions, the concerns that we've raised and the uncertainties noted herein, we argue an approval of this proposal at this time would represent a lack of full due diligence on behalf of the Planning Commission. We respectfully leave the procedure and the timing necessary to comply with all requested follow-up actions as presented and to exercise full due diligence on this matter to the good and faithful members of the Planning Commission. That was going to be the end of my testimony. I said thank you for your service as planning commissioners and hearing the voice of residents. I'm just quickly scanning through the notes of some of the new information that was put on the table during this meeting. And if I'm just quickly seeing if there's anything I wanted to quickly comment on, I'm seeing no. I think I commented on, somebody said, yeah, there might be this additional equipment, but we'll worry about it in the future. And I'm saying, isn't now the best time to analyze what the impact might be so that there aren't compromises in the future or it just gets completely overlooked in the future? In other words, Verizon just does what they want to do. They put the generator on or they put the 6 AHU in. Who's going to know the difference? So really concerning if it's not addressed up front, if the permit doesn't address it. Hey, there's 5 AHUs, there's 2 generators, period, end of story. It's never going to change. But I don't know how that would be handled. And then there was something on scrubbers being added to the engines. The scrubbers remove particulate matter, the soot, the things that the things you see. It doesn't remove the things you don't see, which are the toxins, which are the things that lead to significant health issues. That's it, gentlemen and ladies. I appreciate your time, and I say good night.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerin. Appreciate your comments tonight. Obviously, well thought out and organized. Thank you again very much for that. Planning Commission, hearing Mr. Guerin's comments, are there any questions, issues that he brought up that you would like addressed by the applicant or by staff at this point? I think just a couple of things. I know, Mr. Guerin, at the end, your question about these future needs, and as maybe was not clear, is that the application before us only approves those items which are there. They cannot add those additional pieces without coming back and getting approval from the city. As like any other land use or any other entity in the city, they have the right to ask for approval. It does not mean that they would receive permission. Couple of things, just thinking about this. I think it is interesting. I would be interested to know from the applicant, just there was some questions Mr. Guerin brought up about the engines, what tier they are and how much fuel is stored on site. I think that's just good information in general to know. I think several of the other things we've talked about over time, and specifically about the noise, future, we talked about the number of units as far as future approvals. The other remaining element that I'd like the applicant to be able to address is and it does go back to the generators to some degree, is do the scrubbers change, or were they modeled in that noise, or is there not a substantial difference in that noise generated by the generators with the scrubbers? Is the applicant available? Mr. Pennebecker?
Yep, this is Mr. Pennebecker. Yeah, I think I can address those questions. With the fuel storage tank, currently there's 2 fuel storage tanks inside the building. Has a concrete containment around those tanks. I believe those are 2 10,000-gallon tanks. Each of the new generators will have a 12,000-gallon belly tank that is underneath the generator. And those tanks are, double-walled, UL approved. They have sensors within that wall to monitor for any fuel leaks, so that if anything does happen, they'll be alarmed. And then there's also protection provided at the fuel fill, so that it protects against any fuel being spilled or leaking during fueling of the tanks. So those are the precautions that we have that are pretty typical, but that we're providing for these generators. The oxidation catalyst filters that we're providing for the generators do not impact the sound on the system, and so they weren't factored into any changes to the acoustic report. We got information from Caterpillar that there's 2 different. There's a lot of different filters that can be added. There's systems that can be used to control just the smoke, which is that black smoke that you see. What we're addressing here is this is the this will filter out that those components that contribute to the odor and that diesel smell, so that we've added those to to control that aspect of it, and those are currently in the specifications, so they will be part of the system. The other, if I may, there was one other point that was raised with regard to the amount of testing that Verizon performs on the generators, and I'm hoping that Mr. Centenario can bring up the run schedule that we had provided.
Looks like he's working on it.
And what this document is, while he's looking for it, this is, the testing is done on a very controlled basis. So, there's a specific procedure that's followed for every test that the staff on site goes through, how they operate it and what they do exactly. And so all of the times are documented in a log and kept on site. And this we just pulled off of their records the testing for September, October, and up to where we had it earlier this week through November. And basically, there's a small admin generator that supports the life safety systems for the office area, and that is tested the first Wednesday of every month. And if you can see on here the log, the first one at the top is September 2nd, and it was exercised from 7:12 to 7:57, so approximately 45 minutes. the two larger generators that support the network equipment are exercised every other Wednesday. And as you can see, they're exercised a little later in the day. The first one up there, from nearly just before 10 o'clock to 10:42, and then the second one ran from 11:58 to 12:44. And the generators are not run at the same time. Each one is put through its specific procedure, and when that test is completed and the generator is shut off and cooled down, they test the second one. The intention is to test the two new generators similarly, so that they would be running separately from any of the other generators. So during testing, there would never be more than one generator that was being run at a time, and the typical runtime is pretty consistently here, running just barely over 45 minutes. So we thought that was some important information, just to document exactly what the process is and how much those generators are tested.
Okay, Mr. Pannebecker, I see a couple commissioners have questions for you. Commissioner Goldsman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is actually more of a comment or so just a little bit of background. I actually worked in exhaust emissions for many years, and just want to make a comment about Tier 2 diesel oxidation catalysts or catalytic converters. They do remove the particulate matter out of the, off of the tailpipe of the engine. They're quite passive, which is good for a generator like this. When you get into Tier 3, Tier 4 type of engines, what happens is you put a filtration device on it, like a particulate filter, that actually traps the particulate matter. And what is required is it actually has to be burned off for that particulate matter to not clog the filter. To do that, what happens is the engine has to run at a specific temperature and for a longer period of time. So what would happen if you put a Tier 4 engine or Tier 4 type of engine on a generator like this, or use it in this manner, you'd actually have to run the engine longer to ensure that that particulate matter or the particulate filter would actually function properly. So it really is counterintuitive. You'd want something, you'd want to trap it, you'd want to make it so that you would, absorb as much of the particulate matter as well as the NOx. But when you're only running it for an interim period of time, it doesn't work. So, it makes sense. It would be great if you could have something like that, but for a generator of this use, it just doesn't work. I've worked in the engine and emissions business for 9 years of my professional career, and I'll tell you, it'd be great, but the technology is just not there.
Thank you, Commissioner Goldsman. Commissioner Roman, did you have a question or a comment for the applicant?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the applicant, the proposed plan, which doubles the generator count, so there would be 2 more generators, I believe. Would the plan for those to be tested on the same days as A and B, or would they be tested on opposite weeks? Trying to determine the impact between doubling the duration on fewer days or maintaining the duration on more days.
I have to admit, I'm not sure, since we're still in design, that the facility staff has determined exactly what that would be. I mean, both of those could potentially be the process. They could alternate the weeks since they're tested every other week, or they could they could test them on one day. I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay, and I'm not sure that I have an idea of which solution is better, but someone smarter than me may have thoughts on that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Roman. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, Mr. Pennebecker, again, for your comments. And as we are still in the public comment period, my understanding is Mr. Guerin would like to speak for a second time. Mr. Guerin, if you have questions, please make sure to address them to the chair, and we'll go with that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair. I guess I just wanted to clarify, you know, I guess I'm not sure whether you're going to vote on this proposal tonight or not. So if you do and you approve it, I guess it's a moot point. But I guess it seemed fair that this process has been going on for a long, long time, and that we've got some outstanding questions. Like I said, I rambled through my 5 exhibits quickly to try to minimize my time impact. And there's a lot of questions in there, specific questions that I would like to see specific answers to. So that's noted. And then I guess on the fuel, so I'm just asking the chair to really consider whether or not a vote is appropriate without fully replying to a lot of, I think, are legitimate questions that have been asked. Also on the fuel storage, I did ask that question too, and it's interesting to have that disclosed tonight. But as I see it, then with 2 generators added and the 2 gallon and the 2 tanks that exist, there's 42,000 gallons of diesel fuel minimum to be stored on this site. Most diesel fuel has to be burned off within 6 to 12 months or it goes skunk. So 42,000 gallons of diesel fuel burn is going to go off into our neighborhood in the form of exhaust. Just noting. And then lastly, the report that somebody just put up about the generator run times, I guess on November the 4th, indicating 45 minutes, 3 generators each. Quick math, 2 hours and a half, is it? Something like that. Those generators run every week. Now, somehow there's some report here that shows contrary to that, but 2.5 hours a week is existing time. By the time you add new generators, that's over 100 hours a year of testing just on the existing generators, if we go with the numbers that were presented. And by the time you add 2 new generators, we're going to be minimum double that, and probably more when you talk about, as Ms. Goldsman indicated, a lot more time to get them up to temperature. There's going to be a lot more run time there. So again, I just point out that I believe the 100-hour limit for generator testing is going to be an issue. Thanks once again, Chair. I promise I'm done. You all have a good night. I am staying online just to hear how things finalize here, but again, appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Guerin. Appreciate the comments again, as usual.
Okay.
All right. Commissioners, are there any additional questions for the applicant at this point? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Commissioner Roman?
So moved.
And is there a second to close the public hearing? Commissioner Goldsman?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
And Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
An aye for myself. Motion passes. The public hearing is now closed. All right, on to discussion with Planning Commission members. Are there any thoughts, any discussion points you want to bring up at this point before we get too far down the road? Any other questions I think need to be answered? Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's been a lot of hard work put into this on both the side of the applicant and on the side of the nearby residents. And so I appreciate people providing good information to help inform our decision. I think the reality in this situation is the Planning Commission's scope and role is fairly limited and fairly constrained. So while there are many things that might be nice to do or desirable to do, I'm not sure that we have the ability to require that of the applicant. So I want to just make that comment because I think it's, at least for folks who aren't, regularly in the Planning Commission industry, if you will, that may not be as clear. The one thing I think for me that I would consider adding, and I'll withhold making a formal motion until I hear other people's thoughts on it, is I would be open to an additional condition that requires noise testing during the first year of operation during weather that is below zero. So however we phrase that, I maybe others are not in line with that, but I think that is the one kind of outstanding noise question that can't be measured until you're in that situation. And having lived and spent a good number of years living under the flight path on the approach of MSP directly overhead, there is a different noise in the summer than the winter. So being conscious of that, all of these, any one of these tests does incur costs. I think that would be the one thing I've heard that we aren't able to feel confident of. And so that would be my only piece. I think beyond that, I think, again, the scope of what we're allowed to consider and what the state tells us we can and can't have as a local rules or additional restrictions, that's kind of where I am.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Roman. Other commissioners, thoughts? Commissioner Goldsman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would echo what Commissioner Roman stated, and I always appreciate his comments about really what our role is and how much we can really control with looking at the code within the city or even the state. So I would agree also with your comment about the winter conditions. It's hard for us to speculate. Obviously, when we talked to the engineer that was on, we talked about humidity level and how it refracted. It would be interesting to see what those results are. I would question what would the downstream effects of that test be. So if they did test and let's say in the middle of the winter, it does exceed, what types of mitigation factors or control would the city or even the state have if those results came back? And I just, that's an open question that I have, not to say it would go either way. So I agree with you, Commissioner Roman, on your stance, but question what mitigation factors would be in place if it did go higher than what was allowed.
Thank you. Other commissioners' thoughts? Commissioner Cookton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo my appreciation to both the applicants and the residents in this case. Both have clearly put a lot of time and effort into this, and having engaged discussions like this helps inform the public and helps inform us to make the best decision we can for the city. So I just want to, again, say thank you to all parties involved for that. Regarding additional tests after occupancy, gives me some pause, because if the test does come back past a threshold after occupancy has been granted, I think you were getting into some situations where what happens next. And I like having conditions that are tied to occupancy. I think that keeps everybody honest and everybody clear on what the expectations are. And so I believe we do have a recommended condition of approval at this point to have that noise testing done prior to occupancy. And I would lean towards keeping it as such. So that is my opinion on that.
Yeah, I believe that's condition 15. Are there other commissioners that have thoughts at this point? Commissioner Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, same thing for me. I truly appreciate the work that is being put into this, both times that it was brought to us, to the commission, and also the amount of work that was done by the residents. It is a lot, and it does obviously makes every single point makes sense. So it's very well researched and thought. So I truly appreciate that. Both times, I have tried to put myself in the situation of the residents, and I can completely understand and the amount of stress that this even brings to them, and especially during this time. I can only imagine, what it is like. And so I'm truly hoping that if this passes, that whatever is put in place to mitigate, whether it's the noise or the pollution and every other aspect that has brought any type of concern, that it continues to be looked into, and that the best things can be done so that the residents are not so affected by this. And in the same way, it seems like, like Commissioner Roman said before, we are under those state standards, and this is consistent with the state standards. So how much we can do about it, it's just not within our hands. And I guess it's important for also, as this comes to and it won't come directly to the council, but it will be good for the members of the council too, and for other advocates to look into any further concerns that could be brought up to at the state level. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Corman. Any others that would like to speak to this? I will just a couple thoughts on my part. Certainly, we have some state rules, and the city can't be any more restrictive than the 50 decibels. One thing, though, that I think about is we did have the noise evaluation out there, and the current numbers are below that 50. And the model is a model. And one of the things we say at our work is models are never right, but they're always useful. And so my concern is that while the model is showing the 48 decibel at the property line, it could be off 1 or 2 or 3, who knows. Certainly understanding the properties of sound, that 3 to 5 decibel really starts to become more noticeable. One thing that, again, we go back to is that standard is showing that they've done their due diligence of it meets the standards. But I agree, I think it was Commissioner Cook done with the condition number 13 does kind of put that proactive responsibility on Verizon to have the noise evaluation before occupancy. I think in that, I would like to see that expanded a bit. And I say this because I've been out to that neighborhood many times trying to discern what was it that the neighborhood was undergoing. And while I would sit next to the Verizon site, it would be very quiet. And so I obviously wasn't there during maybe when the chillers were operating. But as I drove up the cul-de-sacs, as I got up to Daisy, it was much louder on that. And I think that's probably has a lot to do, again, with some other noise that's in the vicinity, but it does bring me back to the questions asked about elevation. And as the Daisy cul-de-sac is substantially higher than the other two further south, I think that one should be added to, if I were to propose a addition to condition 13, would be that it'd be at the locations demonstrated. I think it was on page, or it was figure 2 of the applicant's noise evaluation plus Daisy Circle. That really would get to the issue of getting that entire neighborhood and understanding the noise impacts. And if it does reach above that 50 decibel, they wouldn't receive their certificate of occupancy. In addition to that, I think the applicant has also talked about the sound attenuation. And in my line of business, I know we have folks that work in this. And one of the things that our standard in our industry is a 0.8 on the NRC, the noise reduction coefficient. So in some manner, I would think, like the commission, to think about having a minimum coefficient, not only on that sound attenuation wall, but to prevent reflection off of the building, because certainly the concrete or brick will provide some of that noise, and that could reduce some of that to the neighborhood. I think if we do that, then the Planning Commission can certainly, hopefully, have been responsive to the neighborhood as much as we can under the current conditions that we're operating. So that's my comments. Are there any other comments from Planning Commission members? Mr. Markegard, I can't see all the Planning Commission members if they have their hand up. Planning Commission members, if there isn't any other discussion, I would entertain a motion either to approve or, yes, Mr. Markegard.
Chairman, one comment on conditions of approval. During the meeting, we received a request from Environmental Health that, given that a scrubber is now proposed, to add a condition that would read, prior to use, air pollution control devices such as scrubbers must have a permit per City Code Section 10.02C. So that would be an additional condition should you choose to add it.
I don't think any of us are going to remember the code specific, Mr. Markegard, so if somebody were to entertain that condition, could we just refer to must have a permit in accordance with city code?
That works.
Okay. Planning Commission members, Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to come back to the idea of the post-occupancy noise test. And I appreciate Mr. Cookton's perspective on what you can enforce is what you have at the time you wait. The leverage you have is a certificate of occupancy. And I don't know what the time horizon is on this project. It looks to me like a pretty straightforward project. It's probably not going to stretch into next January. So that their certificate of occupancy might happen to line up with cold weather. But I also think that of the things we heard from the neighbors, that was the kind of the key component that I heard a fair bit about. And so I guess, at least from my perspective, I would still probably make that recommendation. And if others feel differently, that's fine. We can go where the majority goes, but I think that's one piece that we heard pretty clearly from the residents. And, if we don't put it in here, then it becomes on the residents to, after the fact, to show that compliance didn't happen.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. Commissioner Cookson? Oops, all right. Commissioner Goldsman? Sorry, Commissioner Goldsman? Sorry, my microphone was off again.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess one question that I have in response to Commissioner Romans is just the timeline. The last time we continued this item, there was a specific timeline that we were required to abide by. And I remember it being pretty tight, just looking at the timeline for doing that test in the cold weather. Wonder if staff can give us a little bit of insight on what that is.
Mr. Centenario or Mr. Markiger, do you recall when does the city council, or when does this need to be have a decision on it?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I can chime in, and then Glenn can fill in any gaps. But given we've had at least 2 residents acknowledge or identify that they will be appealing the decision should Planning Commission approve the application, that would have if we receive that in the 3 business day window, we would have to renotice the hearing, and that would be noticed for December 21st at City Council, provided that you take action tonight. The City Council's policy is that they want to have the ability to have a second meeting to consider an item should they feel they need it. So that means the December 21st, if they aren't able to take action, then it's the early January meeting that they would continue to. The applicant has continued or extended the agency action timeline a little over a month to allow that possibility. But that their extension ends at January 31st of next year. And so we're bound the expectation that we receive an appeal to the City Council. They're continuing the Planning Commission action further could be challenging, could be cause a problem for the timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Centenario. Commissioner Roman, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't suggesting that we delay action as a planning commission. I was just more reflecting on, if with that condition as part of occupancy, if it just so happened that their project was completed in January of 2022, and then the noise testing happened to line up with cold weather, that's a kind of taking a chance thing. So that's where I'll.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cookton?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to address my thoughts on a couple of the proposed possible conditions here. For one, adding a condition of a specific sound attenuation factor, I believe is the term. I think I would not be in favor of that. I think the engineering report has been done. It's signed and sealed and has, per the applicant, taken the industry standard factors into account, and I'm inclined to put my faith in that report. And so I personally would not be in favor of a specific condition such as that. Regarding a cold weather condition of testing, I guess I still like the idea of having it tied to occupancy, and it would certainly be great if it lined up as such. But I think I would remain of the opinion to have it tied to occupancy.
Thank you, Commissioner Cookton. And I think if there were testing prior to, again, at all the locations that were in the report from ESI Engineering, with the addition, as I said, of Daisy Circle, and that met prior to the certificate of occupancy, I think we could do away with the sound attenuation because if that makes it, it would state, right, that it's not needed. To Commissioner Roman, I think the other side is, yes, we heard very strongly from the community that certainly there is a difference in the winter, and I think we've all experienced that in some way, shape, or form. And I think we could develop two conditions. One that is, what is that condition prior to occupancy, and then at least for that first year that they continue to monitor at those sites, and at least, whatever the planning commission would develop, whatever that standard might be, temperature or number of times. The question then is just really the additional condition from environmental health about prior to use of a pollution control device, they must have a permit in accordance with city code. And so let's maybe just go that way. Is there anybody on the planning commission that does not support the environmental health suggestion of a condition? Maybe this is the first place to start. Commissioner Goldsman.
And thanks, Mr. Chair. Do you mind reading the condition again, the verbiage? I just want to make sure I have it clear in my head.
Yep, Mr. Markegard will read it. Make sure you write it down.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Goldsman, as proposed, it would read, prior to use, comma, air pollution control devices such as scrubbers must have a permit per city code. And they had the section number, but there's some discussion about just saying per city code. So it is a code requirement. The condition really serves as a reminder, and both for the applicant and for staff.
You have a puzzled look, Commissioner Goldsman?
Yeah, like you said, Mr. Chair, Mr. Markegard, to your point, it's a reminder. I would say that 99% of all diesel engines that are running today have some type of catalytic converter or type of emissions device on them to actually be in compliance with the EPA. So it seems redundant, but if it's as a reminder, then that's fine. But it seems it might be just old verbiage that really doesn't apply to today's environment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Goldsman, just to point out, this is a city code requirement specifically for, not necessarily catalytic converters, but for, and I'm looking at the code section, it says an operational permit must be obtained from Environmental Health Division of the city for each air pollution control device. And no air pollution control device may be operated until an operational permit has been obtained. Each permit shall be valid for a period of 1 year. So it's a method they use to make sure that the device is maintained. And I believe the environmental health manager is here as well if you need more detail on that.
Commissioner Goldsman?
I think I'm okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure more the permits around the emissions device and the use of that engine, they go hand in hand. So I'll defer to the city staff on how they want to approach that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roman?
I guess if I'm too soon. I was gonna start by offering a motion with all three items in it, and then we could see if that didn't pass, then we could narrow down to 2 items and so forth. But maybe others still want to discuss.
Okay, well, commissioners, are there other questions or thoughts you'd like to discuss? not seeing any. Commissioner Roman, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Let me get my material up here. Oh, there it is. Yes, in case PL 2020-166, having been able to make the required findings, I move to approve an approximately 17,000 square foot building addition to an existing data center facility located at 10801 Bush Lake Road, subject to the conditions and code requirement attached to the staff report. In addition, the prior to use, the scrubbers must be permitted in accordance with city code. In addition, noise testing must include the sites outlined in the engineering report, plus a location on Daisy Circle. And after occupancy, noise testing must be conducted sometime during the first year of operation during weather that is below 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
What was that? Commissioner Roman, can you repeat that condition? You cut out just a...
The last one?
Yes.
Additional noise testing during the first year of operation during weather that is below 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
So is that specific? Do you have a number of times or once?
I think just once. I mean, and the duration, I think they have a specified duration for this testing. They used a specified duration, whatever the duration is that we require for good scientific testing or what's best practice.
Okay.
But I'm just requiring once. I realize that there's a cost to the applicant for that testing.
Okay, so one additional test after occupancy within the first year at temperatures below 0 degrees.
Fahrenheit, yes.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second by any of the commissioners? I know you're all thinking about it, so I'll give you a minute. Commissioner Goldsman.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the expansion of Verizon Wireless with additional conditions and a second. All those, oh boy, maybe I should repeat this, Mr. Markegard, before we go?
It's a good idea.
All right. We have a motion to approve and a second to approve the expansion of the Verizon Wireless facility in accordance with staff conditions and the addition of condition that prior to use, air pollution control devices such as scrubbers must have a permit in accordance with city code. And the additional condition that Verizon must conduct testing, noise testing, at least once within the first year at temperatures below 0 degrees. And then a change to condition 13, if I will try and read this. So I had something similar to Commissioner Roman, so hopefully I can get this right. Condition 13 would read something to noise sources shall not exceed MPCA standard limits established in Minnesota Administrative Rule 7030 prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Post-installation noise backup generators is required to demonstrate conformance with MPCA conditions. All right, so that's the original condition and would be required at locations to demonstrate conformance, and that's with the locations in Figure 2. Mr. Markegard, I can go to the, if it's helpful, I'm going to find the report. locations A through P on page 5 of the noise evaluation report with the addition of Daisy Circle. It was very complicated, but I think I caught it all.
Mr. Chair.
Who is, sorry, I missed who.
Commissioner Roman.
Commissioner Roman, go ahead.
You had indicated the locations specifically for condition 13, and I would want to be clear that those locations would be the same for any follow-up testing. And that follow-up testing is intended to be nighttime testing.
Is that the, Commissioner Roman, just to make sure that's an amendment to the condition that testing within the first year?
Yes, I think that's the time of concern we were hearing was nighttime cold weather testing, and so I apologize it wasn't clear on that. But I also wanted to be clear that whatever locations we are specifying for the prior to occupancy are the same locations that we are testing after occupancy.
Okay. All right. Maybe we should just go through this one more time for clarity for everybody. So we have a motion and a second to approve the Verizon Wireless conditional use permit in accordance with staff conditions with the amendment of condition 13 to include required locations as demonstrated in figure 2 of the noise analysis report with the addition of Daisy Circle. Additional and an additional condition, I think that's number 28, that prior to use, air pollution control devices such as scrubbers must have a permit in accordance with city code. And a condition number 29, that noise analysis testing must be done post occupancy within the first year of occupancy at night in the same locations as referred to in condition 13 in a temperature below 0. Tell me if I got it. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman.
Aye.
Commissioner Corman.
Aye.
Commissioner Roman.
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi.
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton.
No.
No. And myself as an aye. Motion passes 5-1. That is a final decision unless an appeal is received by 4:30. Again, 4:30 on November 24th. All right. That ends item number 2. We'll now move on to item number 3. Application for the Park and Go facility. Revisions to development milestones. Mr. Centenario, you have the staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're moving on to remote airport parking at the Park and Go facility. And the applicant has requested some modifications to the previously approved interim use permit for remote airport parking. And it looks like I'm freezing up a little bit, so please bear with me. Can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So we are looking at Park and Go, which is along American Boulevard, 34th Avenue, and International Drive, just south of 494. So I have it outlined here in red. So it's an entirely surface remote airport parking lot. For the new commissioners that may not have been aware of our interim use permit allowances, but remote airport parking is an interim use in the city, meaning that the approvals are temporary for no more than 5 years. They can be extended or reapproved, but the time period cannot exceed 5 years. And so last year, Park and Go did receive a 5-year interim use permit extension, but that approval was subject to development milestones. And The city's policy here is we understand that these sites, which are quite large, are not going to redevelop at once. Rather, it's more reasonable for them to redevelop in phases. So the development milestones set the timeline for an initial phase of permanent redevelopment. Just another image of Park and Go. So this is, excuse me, just a more axiometric image. You can see it is a quite large facility, a small building, entrance area, and again 34th Avenue to the east and 494 to the north. But essentially, for interim use permits, we have a set of findings which were made for the last interim use permit extension. One we really focused on was one of the purpose statements is to ensure that temporary uses remain temporary in nature. And these remote parking facilities have been in operation for 30 or more years within the city of Bloomington. So we felt for a number of reasons it was time to try and phase those uses out. And so we really focused on that third purpose statement. So going back to the development milestones for Park and Go, one of those development milestones entailed the applicant providing a location for an initial phase of development, and then kind of a conceptual plan, not a full building civil development plan like we see in other applications, but just an idea of how they envision the entire site being redeveloped for phase one, but then also the full build out over the site over multiple phases. So what I have on screen is the applicant's graphic that they provided, just showing a building outline, the phase one, and then the uses. Now we understand these conceptual graphics, they will evolve, they will change. We know that, but we want to get an idea of what the applicant is thinking as they prepare for phase one development. And in this case, the applicant was conceptually thinking about a 6-story residential facility and a hotel. Now thinking about the full build out, the scan wasn't great here, so it was orange and green, but I think you can make out the footprints of the building. So you can see these are large scale buildings, and there's at least 4 phases of development is what they're envisioning. And you can see phase one on the south end, but then there's multiple phases on the north end. So this again was one of the development milestones, is to have the applicant provide just a real initial idea of how they feel the site could be built out over time. So the role of the Planning Commission tonight isn't to provide feedback on the conceptual plan per se, but really the modifications of the timeline for when future development milestones come due. And that's what I have here on screen. Is you can see on the left, I have a column that identifies the development milestone. They've already completed the first 2, as I mentioned, but then there's additional development milestones that some of them have already passed. But the applicant is proposing new dates, which is under the proposed date column. And then in the column on the right, what difference? What's the difference between the approved milestone and what the applicant is proposing? And it's a difference of between 7 months and a year. One thing that I think is really important to point out is the applicant is not proposing to extend the 5-year interim use permit. You can see right on the bottom, it's identified as IUP expiration, and that's in October of 2024. So the applicant is not proposing to extend that. They are looking to work within the existing development milestone. But, as we've heard for a number of different sectors of the economy and our day-to-day life, the pandemic has had a negative impact on their ability to move forward with development in the timeline that was previously approved. So they are looking for a little more time to work on phase one, and staff is supportive of that. We think a 7 to 12-month extension of these development milestones is reasonable, and we are supportive. And we thought it was important that they work within the existing IUP, so that presumably the next time we're reviewing an IUP extension, we have an initial building that is either completed or near complete. And we're actively working on a second phase. So that's summarizes the proposal. Again, we are supportive of the development milestones as proposed by the applicant. And we do have a number of conditions of approval that really effectively replace the conditions from the most recent interim use permit approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Centenario. Any questions for staff? Okay, not seeing any. Commission, let's see. Mr. Markegard, is the applicant available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dan Williamson is here, and I believe Mr. Williamson does not have a presentation planned, but is available for questions.
Okay, all right. All right, no presentation. Then I guess the next question, Planning Commission members, any questions for the applicant? Okay, not seeing any. Anybody else from the public speaking tonight, Mr. Markegard?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we have not had anybody sign up in advance to speak. Let me check in with Mr. Pease, though, on any phone calls. Mr. Pease, have we received any inquiries on this item?
Nothing.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pease. Mr. Markegard, Planning Commission members, seeing that there's no one to speak to this from the public, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Commissioner Cookton?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Commissioner Roman?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. Public hearing is now closed. Commission members, any discussion on this item? I think to start out, I think we've seen a couple of these where there's been some changes in the intermediate dates now, still keeping in line with the intent to meet that final deadline, and I can support that, especially considering the economic situation that the nation is now in. Commissioner Roman.
I'm inclined, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm inclined to agree with you. I trust that the developer knows the market. I suspect it may be more of a challenge to secure funding than it is to secure sales. Everything I read, including today, is that the market continues to be good for this kind of housing, but as long as we are within the agreed upon time horizon, I'm fine with moving the mile markers within it.
All right, thank you. Any additional commission members? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Goldsman?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And case PL 2020-194, having been able to make the required findings, I move to recommend City Council approval of modifications to previously approved development milestones adopted as part of an interim use permit for remote airport parking at 7901 International Drive, as proposed by the applicant, subject to the conditions of the approval attached to the staff report.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Goldsman. We have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Corman?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve modifications to the previously developed milestones for Park and Go, and a second. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
No, I'm sorry. Aye.
And I for myself, motion passes. That is right. That decision will move to the city council on December 7th on the consent agenda. On to item number 4. Mr. Palermo, you have a staff report for us?
Yes, I do. One moment while I get my presentation. And do you guys see the presentation all right?
We do.
We can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, commissioners. It's everyone's favorite time of year. It's the miscellaneous issues annual update. For those who are new to the Planning Commission, on an annual basis, staff brings small ordinance, city code amendments that don't warrant a full case file by themselves. For the most part, these are all small, either clarifications or errors that we've found. A lot of times it's things that kind of come up frequently that needs just a small tweaking in the code to be a little bit more clear for how we do our day-to-day planning work. So we have, they're lettered from A to L, and I'll kind of quickly run through them. This year, I will say most of them are pretty much clarifications or minor changes. Some years they can be a little bit more substantive, but this year it's not. So I'll quickly run through each item, and at the end, we can jump back to any ones that you have questions. So please make a note if there's a certain letter that you need further clarification on at the end. So item A, as you might recall, last year we passed our electric vehicle charging ordinance. In that ordinance amendment, we replaced service station. It was kind of an outdated definition, and we replaced it with convenience facility with fuel sales. However, one of the convenience facilities with fuel sales was missed, so this would be just correcting that and changing that. So pretty simple change there, just for consistency. Item B is regarding pool equipment. We require that aperturant pool equipment, so like filters and other kind of pool equipment, must be set back 15 feet from the side and rear property lines. But it wasn't clear that if it's in a building such as this, like a pool house, completely enclosed, maybe it is actually in your physical house, it could be closer than that 15 feet. We wanted to make that distinction that if it is enclosed, it's screened, there's not noise issues, that it can be closer than the 15 feet. It can go up to that 5 feet, which an accessory building is permitted to do. Item C is regarding carports. This is an example from my hometown. There's a lot of houses with carports. But we say in the code, in the definition, that a carport for zoning purposes shall be treated as a garage, but we didn't intend for it to count as a garage or to be distinguished as a garage for the sake of enclosed parking. We don't consider it an enclosed parking space. Part of that enclosed parking, that garage space, that 2-stall requirement that we have, is meant to kind of provide storage if necessary for homeowners. You know, it has that secure or that security aspect to it of an enclosed space that a carport doesn't provide. So we wanted to make that distinction that you can have a carport and it follows the same kind of setbacks, which was the intent, but it doesn't satisfy the 2 enclosed parking spots for a single family home. Item D, as you recall, last year we updated our zoning code, our industrial code, and migrated it from chapter 19 to 21. And in that migration, we failed to include printing and publishing as a permitted use in industrial uses. It previously had been permitted, and it's an appropriate use for our industrial districts. So we wanted to put that back in. And then we also kind of included together as one use household hazardous waste facilities and recycle collection facilities. Those are really kind of 2 distinct uses. They're similar, but they're different. You know, hazardous waste is different than recycling. So we wanted to just break those out and clarify that those are two distinct uses in the use table. Item E is to clarify, this one's a little wonky, that driveways that go to legally non-conforming garages would be permitted. We have language that allows driveways or if your garage doesn't meet the 5-foot setback and received a variance, we have language that says it's okay to have a driveway to service that garage, which makes sense. But it wasn't entirely clear that if you had a legally non-conforming garage, maybe it was built in the 50s before the standards were in place, that you can continue to, if you put a driveway in that wouldn't meet that standard. So it just makes sense that you have a garage going to a legally non-conforming, or a driveway going to a legally non-conforming garage. Just a small clarification there. Ordinance F, this is about growing season extenders. We actually added some language, I think it was in miscellaneous issues either last year or the year before that, to permit growing season extenders. These are kind of small, not really greenhouses, but similar, you know, small kind of temporary things to help extend your growing season for your planting beds. We added that in the accessory building section, but it's kind of hidden in a table, so we wanted to make it a little bit more prominent and put it in the purpose and intent section, so that when we're referring to people who have questions, they could see it right up front in that section that they're in the right spot. Item G, an ordinance to clarify accessory structure buildings for manufactured homes. This one's a little bit more, am I still sharing, hopefully?
You are, but it's on item F still.
Yep, okay. I think my computer is trying to reconnect, but I'll just keep talking and hopefully it'll reconnect soon.
Yeah, Mr. Palermo, it might help to turn your camera off. That might help the bandwidth.
Yeah, I think it's actually my internet dropped. That's
okay.
The problem. Yeah. So it is coming quick. This is why I call in with my phone. But item G is about manufactured homes or manufactured home parks. We have accessory building structures standards. And it wasn't really clear that it, I think I should be up now.
It's showing both the slide. It's not in presentation mode yet. There we go.
Okay. It wasn't clear how to apply our accessory building structures. You know, we have kind of an allotment that you get for accessory buildings for single family homes, and it didn't really make a whole lot of sense for manufactured homes. For 2-family homes, we limit accessory buildings to 120 square feet. If you have a tuck under garage in your single family home, completely tuck under garage, you're also limited to 120 square feet. So we thought that 120 square feet would make sense for manufactured homes as well. And just to be a little bit more clear, because we want to be able to provide that ability to have storage, but just clarify those standards a little bit more. And ordinance H, this is about our zoning code enforcement. So in chapter 1 of the city code, it outlines where administrative offenses can be enforced. And it only referenced a few of our articles in chapter 19 and 21. And I think at the time when it was adopted, these were the articles that had enforceable items. But as we've grown and changed the code over the years, there's other items in other articles that would need to be enforced as administrative offenses. So we're just adding those all the articles from chapter 19 and 21 in there so that we can actually enforce our code. Then item I, this relates to you, Planning Commission. In your duties list, there's a whole list of other duties that the Planning Commission is responsible for. One of the items in there is to review and recommend striping layouts for streets. This gets a little bit technical in our engineering division. Thought that it kind of stepped on the toes of the professional engineering judgment that is needed to make that layout recommendation. The language still says you have the ability to make recommendations on street layout, but when you get to the specific striping, there are certain aspects that need to be taken into account that, you know, the Planning Commission, while you can speak on the broad sense, when you get to the technical detail, they want to have that kind of final say and recommendation to City Council. So it'd be slightly tweaking that language, which doesn't come up a whole lot with the Planning Commission, but like I said, you'll still have that broader discussion of street layout, just not the technical striping. Item J is language from our towers section. The Planning Commission has ability to approve towers in some aspects. In some aspects, it goes to City Council, and it was getting a little muddled throughout the chapter. So in this case, to just make it clear, we're just going to say approving body. So that way, when it does go to Planning Commission or when it does go to City Council, we're using the correct language instead of conflicting language. And this is something we do throughout the chapter as well to avoid that conflict. Orange K, we already have in our code section a $50 filing fee for some of our application types. When we file with the Hennepin County, we charge this extra $50 and pass it along in your application fee. So this will be just adding a few more that we're missing. And then item L, this is related to recreational vehicles. We've had some instances where people are claiming a tiny home is a recreational vehicle because it's on wheels. So we wanted to add in here language that says it has to be eligible for license by the state as a recreational vehicle. So just to give that further refining of that definition to really make clear what is a recreational vehicle and what's not a recreational vehicle. And then I also included in your staff report, we had done the public notice. You know, we do this several weeks in advance. But there were a couple items that we ended up not bringing forward today. The first item is related to auto body shops. We were originally thinking of maybe doing a conditional use permit in B2 and C2, but after further discussion with staff, we felt that it wasn't appropriate in those zoning districts. And then the second item was related to temporary gazebos or temporary pergolas. This is something that's kind of come up quite a bit, and we've had quite a long discussion internally with staff on how you would define what a temporary gazebo is or pergola, and coming up with several different ideas. We kind of just came to the conclusion that it would make more sense for us just to have a staff interpretation of what a temporary gazebo is and trying to avoid any conflict with what would be a tent or other items that unintended consequences that might happen with the city code amendment. So I think we'll just stick with a staff interpretation on that and how we apply accessory structure versus not. So with that, I can jump back to the contents if there's any questions on any specific item.
Thank you, Mr. Palermo. Looks like Commissioner Goldsman has a question for you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Palermo, just to clarify for item F, you're not changing the growing season extender requirements, it's just calling it out in a different way.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Goldsman. We're just adding that into the purpose statement. Most of our sections kind of have a purpose and intent statement. And that accessory buildings purpose statement kind of lists a whole bunch of different what we would consider accessory buildings, so sheds, pool houses, yada, yada, yada. So we're just kind of adding that to the list so that people can quickly scan that first intro sentence and see this is the right spot.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Palermo? All right. Let's see. Not seeing any right now. The city's the applicant. So, Mr. Markegard, is there anybody else to speak to this issue from public or?
Mr. Chairman, we have had nobody register, and let's check in with Mr. Pease in terms of phone callers.
No calls. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pease, Mr. Markegard. All right. Planning Commission staff, seeing nobody from the public wanting to speak on this item, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Commissioner Cookton?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Abdi?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. Public hearing is now closed. Any comments from Planning Commission members? Commissioner Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the staff for their good work on this. I know this is can be Monday at a time, but I think it makes the code more useful and easier for people to use. I also will say I'm sad that 2020 seems also to have claimed Mr. Palermo's animated GIFs, and I missed that.
I would have mentioned it if you hadn't.
Yet another victim of 2020.
Any other comments from commission members? All right, if not, I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Cookton.
Mr. Chair, in case PL 2020-199, I move to recommend adoption of the 2020 miscellaneous issues ordinance, items A through L, as attached to the staff report to amend chapters 1, 2, 19, and 21 of the city code.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to approve miscellaneous issues. Is there a second? Commissioner Abdi.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the miscellaneous ordinance issues, items A through L. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. And that item, the miscellaneous issues, will move to the City Council meeting on December 21st as a public hearing. All right, on to item number 5 of the night. I believe Julie Farnham has ordinance temporary pandemic housing ordinance for us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. So let me get my presentation up here. Let's see here. Here we go. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Okay.
A video of you.
How about now? Can you see the presentation?
No, we cannot.
Okay, let's see. Technical help, anybody? So, all right. I'm sharing. I go into share my screen.
Oh, we got something.
Okay, there we go.
Just need presentation mode now.
Okay, very good. So, oops. are you still seeing that?
We are. You get the main slide and then your next slide as well. I don't know if you want to present both at the same time.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Not sure how that setting is, but
Under Ms. Farnham, under display settings, a little bit to the
display
left.
settings.
At the top of the screen in the middle.
Ah, I see it. Yep. Display settings. So swap presenter view and slideshow, or
It's one of those two. Might be
okay.
I think that's what
duplicates.
you said last time too.
Okay. Well, I'll try this one. How's that?
It worked.
Oh, that's perfect.
Okay. So just for future reference, you press the duplicate
Yeah.
slideshow button. So if we can commit that one to memory.
And the meeting
Okay.
synopsis.
Sorry for the technical difficulties and delay. This was continued from November 5. And just to let you know that tonight I'll be doing the bulk of the presentation. Glenn Markegard is here, the planning manager, and also Heather Worthington, the interim community development director, for questions and comments. Megan Rogers, assistant city attorney, will also be kicking things off by providing kind of some background context. And with that, I am going to hand it over to Ms. Rogers. And if you could just cue me when you want me to advance the slides, that would be great.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. So as we discussed at the last Planning Commission meeting, the issues that are presented before you tonight are really in response to a confluence of events. We've seen downward market pressure on hotel rates. We've seen a need to de-densify existing shelters to keep people safe in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And those two things come together to create available spaces to house people who are unsheltered during this time. And that is combined with, of course, the availability of additional dollars intended to assist metro-wide programs in addressing these particular needs. Julie, I'll go to the next slide, please. And so the city has a number of key objectives in this space. We want to ensure that people are safe. We want to meet the area's housing needs, which is one of the council's strategic priorities. And we also want to ensure that our zoning code and the Planning Commission and the City Council retain significant discretion in terms of what are appropriate uses for housing within our general space and what are appropriate uses for hotels within the city as well. Go to the next slide, please. And so there are approximately 12 hotels that have been used over the course of the last 8 months for temporary shelter. They provide an opportunity to provide safe shelter, but there are a number of challenges, and the challenges can't really be spoken about with a broad brush. It depends upon who's providing the services, what population that they're serving, and whether services are provided at all. So there is a number of hotels that, while initially there was a sort of a struggle in terms of accommodating the use, the public safety concerns surrounding them have significantly decreased. Supportive services are well underway, and people are living safely and in a healthy space. There are other providers that don't have supportive services like a security team, because this is a complicated population that doesn't come to the hotels in the city of Bloomington without other needs associated with the sort of issues that surround homelessness and unsheltered. And so there is a wide variety of impacts related to different types of groups that are housed. Julie, we'll go to the next slide. And so what we initially brought to you was the creation of an interim use permit intended to respond to a very specific proposal. And that proposal is related to the Hennepin County's purchase of the Extended Stay America at Lindale and American to house primarily seniors who were experiencing housing instability during the COVID crisis, and that use would be for a period of up to 2 years. It would have a number of controls, including security and the provision of services, and the city would engage in a back and forth utilizing the services of our police department, our community services department, to work with the county to craft what that plan would look like. And the IUP was a vehicle for us to do that. And when we initially calendared this and noticed this for your consideration, that was an active project. That project is no longer moving forward. And so the drafted IUP that we brought before you, it doesn't really address some of the broader or ongoing issues that the city is experiencing. And the commission recognized that in the vacuum of not having an actual project to look at, you at your last planning commission meeting really presented us with the challenges of, how does this work? Why is it for 2 years? Why is there a rezoning and re-guiding attached to it? Why are we sort of trying to make this longer term use when we know that there's a temporary use and a temporary need that's available? Julie, can we go to the next slide, please?
Yep.
And so, okay, go ahead, Julie.
I was going to say, I can
to you now.
I can take it from here unless you want to keep going. You're doing great.
No, that sounds good. Go ahead, Julie.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Again, back on November 5th, this was originally brought to you as Ms. Rogers pointed out. It was very clearly crafted in response to the county's proposal. Planning Commission had some concerns with it and recommended continuing to this meeting tonight, so continuing the public hearing. And asked for staff to take a look at some ways to broaden the ordinance in terms of zoning districts where it would be allowed, and also looking at some other flexibility in the ordinance. So tonight, our discussion, it's a little bit unusual compared to how we usually do things. So we've really got two kind of pieces. There's the continued public hearing, and so there's actions related to that. And then there's really discussion around guidance on this broader IUP. So as Megan pointed out, the original ordinance was really structured, it kind of included sort of two sets of amendments. One set of amendments is really around what we would consider kind of cleanups in our ordinance, not unlike what you just heard with the annual miscellaneous issues ordinance. And in fact, we might have included some of those items in that ordinance, except that this ordinance was moving forward sooner, or so we thought. But so portions of this ordinance are really kind of aimed at cleanup and improving clarity and transparency in the ordinance. And we have kind of packaged those as a separate ordinance for your consideration tonight. We're calling that option A, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. But essentially, those are the two pieces that are subject to the continued public hearing. So what we'll be doing is talking about, I'll run through the option A, and then we'll kind of take a pause to open and close the public hearing and take action on those items. Then we'll move forward to the second half of this discussion here tonight, which is really about broadening that ordinance and looking at guidance on this new interim use category, this temporary pandemic response housing. That is not on the table for public hearing because it was a broadening of the original ordinance and thus was not properly noticed. In order for this to be at a public hearing as an ordinance, a broader look at this IUP, it would need to be, first of all, drafted. And so we need direction from you as to what changes to make. And then it would need to be advertised appropriately. So the idea here tonight is that we would take direction from you and draft up a revised or new ordinance and come back at a future public hearing for consideration on that, and that would be focused on the IUP. So with that, I'm going to provide an overview on option A, and then we'll have a hearing on the two ordinances before you. So the sort of the key pieces of option A is really modifying existing definitions. There's really no substantive changes here. These modifications really reflect our long-standing interpretation. They're really aimed at clarifying the language, which we believe aids in transparency and will also help in enforcement. The other piece of option A is to add a standard penalty clause to chapters 19 and 21. This is a clause that is included in many other chapters in the city code, but for whatever reason was never repeated in chapters 19 and 21. Having it embedded in the chapter does help from an enforceability standpoint, and it is really focused on enforcing the violations within those chapters. And again, I would just note that the modifications to the definitions and the addition of the penalty clause really are not directly related to the regulation of the new interim use. So they could be advanced separately as we are proposing with this option A. Drilling down a little further into option A, so here are the modifications to the definitions that are proposed. So with regard to congregate living facility, making it clear that what is and isn't included in congregate living. For example, shelters are included in congregate living, so we're adding that language. And we're also adding a clause that says what's not included. With government facilities general, which is a category of use, we are adding non-residential just to make it clear that these only include non-residential uses. We've got two definitions of that are related to hotels on the books right now. We're proposing to eliminate one, that's the full service motel, because that would essentially be redundant with the other definition, and then modify the one that is called hotel or motel. Currently, there's a reference to motor hotel in the definition, and that's obviously an old term, an outmoded term, so that's a cleanup. And then we're also adding language to clarify the occupancy is for less than 30 days, calendar days. And once again, clarifying uses that are not included in a hotel or motel definition. And then adding the penalty clause, like I said before, this is pretty standard language that's included in other chapters. So we're just proposing to add it to chapters 19 and 21, and it would apply to all violations in those chapters. So before turning it over to a public hearing, this is our standard slide just to notify publicly that we have done the usual outreach that we do with the public hearing notification. We have e-subscribe groups that we send out notifications to. We post any kind of code amendments on our website along with supporting documentation, the staff report, etc. And in this case, Mayor Bussi actually did a council minute that was focused on this temporary pandemic response housing. So with that, I'm gonna just again recap here what's could be considered under the public hearing tonight, and that would be, the Planning Commission could advance the ordinance as originally drafted, and that you saw last on November 5th. You could also choose to advance the shortened version, the narrow version, which is option A, and that would essentially supplant the original ordinance. And so those are really the things to consider under the public hearing. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair. And I guess I could stand for questions, or any of us could stand for questions, or you could open the public hearing.
All right, thank you, Julie Farnham. Appreciate that. All right, commission members, are there any questions for staff on this item before us right now? Okay, not seeing it. Oh, Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question for staff. I know that there is, and you've shared that there is some of this type of use occurring in hotel facilities today. Advancing option A and making these changes to ordinance, does that effectively terminate that use where it's happening?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Roman. I think I'm going to have our legal expert just weigh in on how this would actually work. Ms. Rogers, if you wouldn't mind responding to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Roman, the changes to this ordinance are really clarifications of what has been long-standing existing policy. The city has always interpreted a hotel use as a transitory use. And this is just an opportunity for us to look at the existing provisions within our code and speak to what the very concrete expectations are of the city with regards to that use. In terms of enforcement of those issues, the city does not comment on sort of ongoing code enforcement matters.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this point? All right. Not seeing any, and since the city is the applicant, the next element for us to tackle would be reopening the public hearing. So commission members, before we do that, I just want to make sure we'll have to call for that motion, and then we'll go, we'll enter the public hearing and see what happens and move on from there. So that being said, we can't open it without a motion. So anybody, Commissioner Goldsman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion to open the public hearing. Is there a second? Commissioner Corman?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to open the public hearing regarding temporary pandemic housing ordinance. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. Public hearing is now open. Mr. Markegard, do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did have 3 members of the public that pre-registered. I see that 2 are still with us. 1 is no longer in the WebEx, but let's start with Mr. Griffith.
All right, Mr. Griffith, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to unmute my phone and turn on my video, and thank you very much. It's been a long evening waiting for this opportunity, so thank you. I'm going to speak first, and then Steve Freeman is going to follow me. We were originally going to do it the other way around, but because of the technical nature of this hearing, I wanted to address the land use and technical issues first. Mr. Freeman, who's representing his family, Freeman Family Enterprises, that owns the Town and Country Shopping Center, will give you a little of the recent history since the hotels have been used in his neighborhood for shelter style housing, for providing shelter to the homeless. So with that, I understand that it's a fairly narrow technical hearing tonight on clarification. I'm going to address the questions that were raised in the staff report about expanding the number of districts that this type of shelter housing might be allowed in. And as I start, I want to say and make it clear that we understand the very urgent need to address homeless housing, not only during a pandemic, but in every season at every time. So I've worked long in my career with churches and institutions on finding appropriate sites for this type of housing. And so I certainly have sympathy to the city as they try and address this housing. Tonight, I'm representing a long-term client of the firm, the Freeman family, as they address the shopping center known as Town and Country, which is at Portland and 494. And they have owned that center for 60 years. So they've been a long-standing member of the community as a family, as a commercial enterprise, and have some very serious concerns about the effects on the neighborhood, the addition of crime and vandalism and loitering and litter, and all of those things have been attendant with the shelter housing being provided in the hotels. So the real concern, and it may really inform your discussion going forward as opposed to the simple clarifications tonight, but the real concern is how you provide for this need and how you balance that with its impact on commercial properties in the area. One of the things that in my land use and zoning practice that I've encountered in both Minneapolis and St. Paul is an environment that's highly regulated for overnight housing and shelter housing. And what I mean by that, be no surprise to the city staff, that there's a series of regulations that these types of facilities need to meet and need to demonstrate, including things like a management plan, including things like operational staff that can address the many attendant needs that were described by your staff. And oftentimes, not all of the issues are solved simply by zoning. There's licensing, at least in Minneapolis, I've encountered licensing requirements that delve into the operational issues for such a facility. And so that is the way that these other communities, and there's a concentration of this housing in the center cities. I'm sure the center cities would love nothing more than other communities to pick up this burden because it is often a burden on the community as they try and solve homeless housing. And so in those central cities, they've developed licensing programs for checking up on these facilities, programs for responding to neighborhood complaints, and also spacing and separation so there isn't a concentration of shelter housing in one neighborhood or one commercial zone. So all of those are considerations that I think you've got a very sophisticated planning staff and a legal staff, and those are all fair game for this type of discussion. I think it's one that needs to be had. As I said, both myself and my client are not unsympathetic to the demand and the need. With that, I would just pause and see if we could ask Mr. Freeman to provide his recent, it's been very difficult, I'll just say, his recent experience with running the shopping center. He doesn't manage it day to day, but he has people working for him who manage the shopping center.
Thanks, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thanks. As Bill said, my name is Steve Freeman, and my family has owned the shopping center for over 60 years. And to again echo what Bill said, we and I are clearly sympathetic to the plight of the homeless and recognize that it's a significant societal issue. But it's not an issue that can be dealt with in a vacuum. And the decisions that have been and will be made will have significant impacts on the businesses and the property owners in the city. And I think it's important to hear from us. And, unfortunately, I had tried to encourage some other property owners to participate, but by the time they found out, they were unable to do it. But I will tell you that I have had conversations with property owners around our center, and all of us are experiencing significant issues and directly related to the use of hotels in the area as temporary shelters. And it's had a significant negative impact on the businesses in our center. And again, I want to be clear, this is not an issue of, you know, having problems with low income people. I mean, we deal with low income people. And in fact, the majority of the tenants in our center are mom and pop operations that are struggling to survive with all these issues with COVID. And then on top of that, we have been inundated with homeless people and others congregating at our center and becoming very aggressive to the tenants and to their customers, and causing significant issues and real world problems for these business owners. As Bill said, there has been a significant increase in vandalism and theft. We've got numerous individuals that are aggressive and harassing customers and employers and causing truly an unsafe environment. Every tenant in our center has complained and has indicated that they and their employees and their customers at times feel unsafe. And at a time when they're struggling to survive, anecdotal conversation that I had with one of the tenants was, you know, we're fighting to get customers to begin with. And then when those customers have to weigh the option of going somewhere where they don't have to worry about being harassed the second they get out of their car or coming to our place, where do you think they're going to choose? And that's what's happening. And I was going to have the manager of the liquor store that's in our center, which has experienced significant issues and theft and aggressive behavior by, I guess I would call them homeless people that have been drawn to the area as the result of these, the use of these hotels for short-term housing. And I again, I want to make it clear, the majority of the people that are housing in these places are good and decent people. But with them come some very bad actors, and they are causing real significant problems for us. And in fact, we're spending thousands of dollars a month dealing with this problem. We've made changes to the center to add additional lighting and to install security cameras. And we've had to go so far as to hire off-duty Bloomington police officers.
Mr. Freeman, this is Chair Solberg. If I could just try and reroute you back to the ordinance in front of us, which is really about use of either RM50 multifamily residential use, or as you heard, the option A ordinance in front of us, which is really a clarification of the ordinance. I would appreciate that, so we can keep this as tidy as possible. I think if we do move forward with those, either one of those, then an IUP has those other issues, which I think you're addressing.
I could take over from here, Mr. Chair. Steve, unless you have comments specific to the ordinance.
Well, I mean, while the ordinance hasn't been, while an ordinance hasn't been passed, these issues that I'm raising will be relevant to any ordinance that continues this practice.
And specifically addressing the staff report that was prepared for this evening's meeting, The discussion was whether to expand this use potentially to other districts. And the discussion was whether it's appropriate for hotels. Specifically, 3 comments. One is we don't feel it is appropriate for hotels, even on a temporary basis. Second, we would ask the city to think carefully about limiting the number of districts that this use is allowed in for the reasons that you've heard this evening. And then finally, how I opened was, looking at other models in St. Paul and Minneapolis particularly because they have significant regulations with regard to operations, management, and so on. So I think those are our 3 points. We're going to continue to follow this ordinance and any other options. But I thought it was very important. And we did talk to Community Development Director Heather Worthington on another topic, a redevelopment topic, and we did provide commentary on the concerns that were raised by Mr. Freeman. We also waded through some very long hearings this evening, so we appreciate you indulging us with the time tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Griffith and Mr. Freeman. Appreciate the comments. Mr. Markegard, is there, or staff, commission members, any questions for Mr. Freeman or Mr. Griffith? I don't think there's any. Mr. Markegard, is there anybody else from the public that'd like to testify?
Mr. Chairman, everybody else on the WebEx is a staff member. So
okay, all right. All right. Seeing that there is nobody else at the current moment to speak to this matter, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing from any of the commission members. Commissioner Roman?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Commissioner Cookton?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. Public hearing is now closed on the temporary pandemic housing ordinance. Discussion amongst planning commission members. Maybe I'll start. Certainly, with the information presented in front of us and the amount of discussion we had, I think 2 weeks ago, I certainly would be supportive of advancing option A and kind of getting the definitions and the penalty clause within city ordinance and moving forward with further discussion on any IUP. Commission members, anything else? Anything you'd like to add? Anything? Any comments? Otherwise, Commissioner Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no qualms with the option A approach in general. I think, in fact, last time I was offered to advance them. I'm a little bit stuck on. I had hoped that we would have. And again, I recognize this was a very short turnaround. I hope we had more on the IUP side, because I feel like we're giving I know we're clarifying things that are have been practice or interpretation, but I'm a little bit concerned about putting in the penalty stuff, which again is all appropriate. Without having an alternative at the ready. But
I think
that's not a deal breaker. It's just my thoughts.
I think Megan Rogers has maybe a response to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, commissioners, and Commissioner Roman. So just a matter, a technical point to address. One of the points of conversation that you had in your last meeting was potential expansion of the use of an IUP of a varying nature, and staff has that information presented and prepared for you this evening. But the notice for this particular hearing is related to the RM50 district rather than the other districts throughout the city. And so the limited venue or the limited option that you have to continue to consider this evening would be to look at the amended ordinance, the option A with the definitions, and then of course there's the larger, what we actually noticed, which was the temporary IUP. I think that there's a great opportunity for further conversation about what an IUP might look like and how that might function. But in terms of appropriateness of the authority for you to consider this evening, it would be specifically one of the two options that are shown on your screen.
Okay, thank you. So really we're in with the original language that was brought before us, or option A. And as I understand that, because of the district land use or district zone, the additional zoning districts that were considered, that would bring in an additional public hearing. Is that, am I correct in that assumption?
That is correct. That any expansion would need to be renoticed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let's see. I think we're in discussion. So any other comments from Planning Commission members or any thoughts? Commissioner Goldsman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think just going back to my thoughts from 2 weeks ago, I think we wanted to keep them, the two pieces together just for continuity and making it, just clarifying that, you know, these definitions apply to this IUP. I think separating them is okay, but I think we just were concerned about losing context. So if it is the advice to move forward with option A, I could be in support of that as it's been presented to us tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners would like to add to that conversation? Commissioner Abdi? You're still on mute.
Thank you. Question for staff. Should option A move forward today? And as we discuss and something else comes up for the larger context for the ordinance, and there are some edits, and I'm sure staff would have considered by then if there are going to be any errors of conflicts or of language or whatever that might come up from the ordinance based on what we have moved forward from the definition today. That could be something that is addressed or brought back, I should say. Can you re-edit or can you re-approve definitions that have moved forward today if there is clarifications or additions that needs to be added when an ordinance comes through again? I'm just trying to think if there's a legitimate outside of the concerns that some of the commissioners are raising.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Abdi, yes, you can always revise an ordinance, you know, at any point in time. The items that are in option A really are pretty separate from the IUP. So for instance, the definition of temporary pandemic housing is not included in option A. That would be included in any ordinance that moved forward that also expanded upon, you know, where that IUP would apply, what zoning districts and what standards, you know, a lot of those details that we went through at the last meeting. So, but if there was some need to go back and modify any of the definitions, the 3 or 4 definitions here in option A, those could be modified again at any point in the future.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Abdi?
Yes, thank you. And I would not have any problem moving this option A forward.
Okay, all right. Any other commissioners with thoughts on the item before us? Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question. Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for clarifying the nuance about what was originally noticed and what were versus what some of the potential other options are. Does staff have a time frame in mind for when we might see the revised IUP for consideration after it had been properly noticed?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roman, the soonest in order to meet notification requirements would be December 17th. Excuse me. I guess it's not necessary for when we get into this next discussion about what the Planning Commission wants to include in the ordinance specific to the IUP. It's not specific. It's not required that you give a date specific. One thing to keep in mind, I mean, so back to your original question, again, December 17th would be the soonest from a notification standpoint. Another thing to keep in mind is that just giving it a little bit more time to really vet through all of the different ideas.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, just a clarification, if I will. So, being asked to make a decision here tonight, and I'm hearing a couple things from staff. If we advanced option A and moved through that and made the decision, then are we going into a discussion about the direction we'd like staff to go? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So also just to be clear, if the Planning Commission recommends advancing option A essentially supplants the original ordinance. So that would get forwarded for consideration by the council on Monday. So then, based on direction that you give us tonight with regard to the IUP, that would essentially be a new ordinance that we would bring forth at a future public hearing and advertise accordingly.
Okay, thank you. All right, commission members, either more discussion or I would entertain a motion.
And I do have some crafted motions that I could put up if I've got motions for both of these actions if you'd like. If you want me to put up the motion for the option A, I could certainly do that if that would be helpful.
Yes, I think that would be helpful. All right, we have the language in front of us, commission members. Is there a motion? If not, more discussion. Do commission members think it's appropriate to move forward with revising the definitions and directing staff direction for an ordinance? Or do we want to move forward with the existing? Commissioner Goldsman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. In case PL 2020-193, I move to recommend approval of an ordinance as attached to the staff report as option A, modifying definitions and adding language pertaining to penalties, thereby amending chapters 19 and 21 of the city code.
All right, we have a motion in front of us to recommend approval of the ordinance as attached to the staff report as option A. Is there a second? Commissioner Abdi.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve to approve an ordinance as attached to the staff report is option A, and a second. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Goldsman?
Aye.
Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
No.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And that's an aye for myself. Motion passes 5-1. All right, let's see. That item will move to the November 23rd City Council for public hearing, if I got that correctly. And now, Julie Farnham, do you want to lead us through some discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So now we're moving on to the second part of this presentation here tonight. So we'll be talking about the changes or potential direction that you might want to give us on the IUP. So there was a lot of discussion about this on November 5th. These were some items that you had recommended, particularly looking at expanding the zoning districts where the IUP would be allowed. There was also another suggestion was looking at potential alternatives for duration. The original ordinance had a 2-year duration, and there was some discussion about maybe having a shorter duration depending on the circumstances. And there might be some other things that you think about that you would like to consider in this ordinance moving forward. So I'm just going to go through these. So there's several different options for zoning that we came up with. So I'm going to go through them one by one. So this was the initial proposal. This was to limit the IUP to the RM50 district. And that is a multifamily district with a density of 50 units per acre. It allows apartments, condominiums, and townhomes. Permanent shelters are actually allowed as a conditional use in all multifamily districts. However, hotels are not. So in the situation where a hotel would request an IUP for a shelter, there would need to be rezoning. The property would need to be rezoned. There are 21 sites in this zoning district. There's actually more parcels. It's because some of these multifamily sites are zoned as or platted as condos. So individual units are given a parcel number. So that's why the number count is so high. Option B would expand to all the multifamily zoning districts, so RM 24, 50, and 100. And similarly, all these districts allow the same kinds of uses, so multifamily uses with densities ranging from 24 to 100 units per acre. And again, hotels are not permitted. So if a hotel were to want to do the IUP in one of these areas, they would need to rezone. This brings the tally of sites up to 109. And just like we talked a little bit last time, these sites are not necessarily vacant. And in fact, most of them are not. We don't have a lot of vacant property in Bloomington, as you probably know. And so the likelihood of an existing apartment, for instance, converting to something on a temporary basis is probably very remote. Not that it couldn't happen, but I'm just saying that it would be very remote because at least as we had originally intended with the ordinance, the temporary shelter use would need to be the sole use during the duration of the IUP, and that was as originally drafted. So now we get into expanding into some of the commercial and industrial districts. And so this has a mix again, but it's an additive. So we're keeping the 3 multifamily districts, and we're just adding in additional districts. So these are all the commercial or industrial districts that allow hotels. I would just note that residential uses are not allowed in all of these districts. And as you might recall, one of our objectives, or one of the thoughts in why limiting it to multifamily residential district to begin with was to, foster long-term redevelopment for a residential use. So to foster that transition to a long-term residential use. So some of these districts would not allow residential use. So the site number goes up quite a bit here. So in fact, this option is the one that has the most sites in it at 745. And again, the really high parcel number is a reflection of the multifamily, mostly of the multifamily districts. Although some of the commercial properties consist of more than one parcel. This is a variation on that theme. So it's basically limiting it to the sites that not only allow hotels, but actually have hotels. So that brings it down to 53 sites. There was actually 47 existing hotels, and there's a couple that are under, there's at least one that's under construction. Again, the reason why these site, the site number and the hotel number is different is because some of these sites where the hotels are actually are two parcels.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And this is just a graphic that's a little bit easier to read. This one's kind of hard to read where you can see there's hatching in some of these, and that's where the hotels are, but it's kind of hard to read. So we have a graphic that shows these are all parcels that have existing hotels on them. So a third option that we've put out here is to, instead of looking at zoning districts, perhaps looking at certain criteria or standards, such as hotel sites that are close to high frequency transit or grocery stores. Those are just a couple of the items that came up for us to look at. And when we say grocery store, we're talking about your more traditional full service grocery store, not a Costco member kind of grocery store, or even like a small, like a co-op type of grocery store. And there might be other things that the Planning Commission thinks would be good filters to look at, or good criteria to look at. But I'm just going to walk you through a series of slides here. This gets a little bit confusing because we're trying to illustrate different ways to put together transit and grocery proximity, and it has to do with distance. So we've got different iterations that are either half mile or quarter mile for these two uses. So you have several different options. So sorry, it's a little confusing, but this gives you some sense, and hopefully it'll be enough to get that you can give us some direction as to whether you think these are the appropriate standards to use, or if there's other standards that you think should be used. So I'll jump into it here. This is, so we've got, this situation has, from the transit, frequent transit proximity, this is probably the best situation in terms of proximity to transit because it's quarter mile. So these are all hotel parcels that are within a quarter mile. So you can see the hotel parcels on there, and you can see the quarter mile to transit that's in the light purple. There's 42 parcels that meet that standard. And then this is half mile. So, half mile is still considered relatively good access to transit, but quarter mile is better. So you go out a little further, you get more parcels. So we've got 53 parcels here. Then we add in grocery stores. And so I am going to say that this map, I think, is the number of parcels here is both grocery stores and sites with hotels on them. The grocery stores, as you can see, are the yellow outlined in green. And this is within, and
That's half a mile?
yeah, I need to move something off of my screen is blocking. Yeah, half a mile from transit and half a mile from grocery store. So that's 16 parcels. Then you go quarter mile of transit and a half mile of the grocery store, and you've got 12 parcels. And then you go a half mile from transit and a quarter mile of grocery store, and you've got 9 parcels. And then you go a quarter mile of transit and a quarter mile of the grocery store. So this, from a walkability standpoint, is the best, but it's only got 5 parcels. So anyway, I could pause here. I think this is really sort of what I just went through are the variations that we've explored so far of locating either through zoning districts or through some other sort of criteria, and we've used transit and grocery stores. So would you like to go back and talk through the zoning ones, or I guess I'll just turn it back to you and you tell me what you want to see here.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate the information here. Maybe just we can open it up, and I think you know, I appreciate certainly the kind of the standards look as we think about housing and what are the amenities that should be potentially in close proximity for them. So thank you for that. I think it would be good for us to go back and maybe start at the zoning districts. It gets very complicated very quick. So I'll kind of leave this out here for Planning Commission members, and if you can, just what are your general thoughts, and maybe we're able to narrow it down through the night. So Commissioner Cookton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have I guess, more of a general question first to make sure I'm understanding the full picture here. Ms. Farnham, if I'm understanding the staff report correctly, one of the reasons staff is partial to a rezone versus just requiring an IUP is we have more leverage with future applications if we're requiring it to be rezoned. And there's less leverage or less discretion, excuse me, if we're just requiring an IUP. Can you help me understand what is the reduction in discretion we're allowed if we are not rezoning the property?
Sure, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cookton. I think I'll take a stab at that, and then if there's anything missing from a legal standpoint, I'll ask Ms. Rogers to flesh that out. But zoning, so first of all, the IUP, there are criteria, you know, whenever you approve an IUP. So the city has some discretion. They're in the code, it spells out just like for a conditional use permit, you know, how you have to have your findings. And similarly with rezoning, but rezoning is a higher bar essentially than just the criteria for an IUP. So that's where the discretion comes in terms of, you know, the city can look at it and look at whether or not they feel that that particular site is a good site for whatever the proposed zoning is. And there's lots of different, there's a lot of, I guess, discretion that could play into it. You know, its proximity to different different things, whether it be a freeway or arterial or other kinds of residential, or you know, things that would be considered a negative impact or on the use, and you know, all of those kinds of things would really come into play in looking at the appropriateness of a zoning request. And in some situations, a zoning request might also be coupled with the need to change the land use designation. So that adds a whole nother layer. Does that answer your question?
It gets me halfway there, thank you. But I guess it's just a rookie commissioner here. If I could get a little bit more detail on what discretion is being sacrificed if you're not rezoning it versus just an IUP. I don't know if I could reframe it any better. Perhaps an example would help me understand better, or I'm just trying to get a picture of if we go the route of, you know, we put in a bunch of zones so we don't have to rezone a property for this usage. What are we sacrificing versus if we kept it to RM50 or some very limited set of zones? What discretion are we losing?
Well, there's also different kinds of uses that are permitted inside of each zone as well. So that would limit, that provides more discretion as well. So as we talked before, the requirement to rezone to RM50 would then prohibit the use of the property to return to using it as a hotel. They would have to rezone it back again.
Commissioner Cook, is that helpful, or?
Maybe I could ask it one more way, and I apologize for not being clear enough. What are the findings we have to make for an IUP?
Commissioner Copeton, I don't have those right in front of me, and I don't know if Mr. Markegard has those right in front of him, if he's got the code sitting there and he could read those off. If that would be helpful.
Keep stalling and he'll have it in a minute.
Okay.
I can do that. I'm just about there. So while I'm getting there, an interim use permit process is a quasi-judicial action. So it's heavily based on the findings, whereas a rezoning, reguiding does not have findings. It's considered a legislative action. And Ms. Rogers definitely jump in on that. But in terms of the findings,
while we have a minute, I'd also like to announce that Commissioner Goldsman left prior to this discussion, so she will not be, I guess, joining us for the remainder of the meeting.
all right, here they are. So there are 6 findings for an interim use permit. One says the proposed use will not delay permanent development of the site. The second is the proposed use will not adversely impact implementation of the comprehensive plan or adopted district plan for the area. The third is the proposed use will not be in conflict with any provisions of the city code on an ongoing basis. Fourth, the proposed use will not be injurious to the surrounding neighborhood or otherwise harm the public health, safety, and welfare. Fifth, the date or event that will terminate the use has been identified with certainty. And then sixth, the property on which the use is situated has no open enforcement orders, and there are no nuisance characteristics associated with the property or its current use.
Thank you for that clarification. Perhaps I do have one more, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
do we have to do, if it's a rezone, are there findings we have to make for a rezone? And if so, if I may apologize, but ask to hear what those are.
Mr. Markegard?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Cookton, there are no formal findings. Definitely, items you would consider. You would consider consistency with a comprehensive plan. For example, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, okay. It's generally the land use around any plans that may be in the area, right?
Yeah, district
zoning.
plans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That clarifies the original question I have. So the loss of discretion comes in that an IUP requires us to make findings, and it's a quasi-judicial process where a rezone does not require findings, which provides a significant amount more latitude. So I think that clarifies that for me. Thank you for everybody's patience.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the question I think we were asked about these ideas that are in front of us. I like the idea of parcels that are associated with functions or uses or needs that are most likely to be compatible with this potential interim use. So the idea of transit, the idea of grocery, although I'm a little bit stuck on the grocery question I'm not sure how many, if any, of these hotel facilities might have provisions for preparation of food in them, right? And so you don't want to find yourself in a situation where people are bringing in things that are perhaps unsafe. And I don't know if some of these programs that operate in these facilities also feed people or what. So I think I like the idea of the transit and the grocery. I just want to figure out how the grocery would work together with that need. And again, whether the quarter or the half, I think, clearly the half gives us more options. On the other hand, if we don't want too many options, then the quarter is fine too. The other one I thought was interesting is Mr. Markegard listed what those findings are. I think the one that could be especially challenging is the finding under an IUP for not disruptive to health and safety, but perhaps the parameters that the staff have suggested for a program needing to have might be part of that finding. I don't know, but those are just my initial reactions to the things that were mentioned just now.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Roman, I think it's a good point. With an IUP, let's, again, thinking about maybe where this originally came from. And the whole thing that we discuss is usually when we're talking about residential, we're talking about it within a residential area. However, the way this came to us was the potential use of residential in more of a commercial area. So there is some oddity in that, but thinking of the IUP for temporary pandemic housing is, do these facilities have to be fully functioning? Meaning, as you said, Commissioner Roman, some sort of kitchen facilities associated with each family unit that may be using it, or maybe that's a question for Ms. Farnham, as we try and understand where we try and guide this.
Sure, Mr. Chair. In the ordinance as originally drafted and some of the standards that we included in there, we did have, let me just read through here and find it. But we had a security plan was required, but we also had management and operational plan was required, and it says, I know we talked about that there needed to be some kind of food, yeah, on-site services, including meals and laundry, but at least that was needed to be described, which the language as written stuff's a little bit short of saying it has to have that, but I believe that that is the general, you know, how these are operated, that there is on-site food service because well, at least in a hotel, the units don't have the same type of kitchen that would be required in a living unit. So having on-site food service would be an important service to have.
Okay. Commissioner Cookton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Vaughn, if I could just clarify the idea with the standards approach. So you had, you know, all the different options, quarter mile, half mile, et cetera. So the idea with one of these is that what you were showing, actually, if you could go forward, yeah, one of these is fine. So this is hotels within some proximity to transit and in a grocery store. So if we were to proceed with one of these standards approaches, are you proposing that if one of these hotels that meets that criteria, would it have to be rezoned to be able to use this interim use, or are we trying to take an approach where it would not need to be rezoned and could apply for that interim use?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Cookdown, the idea with these options is these are parcels where hotels are already allowed, and these are parcels where hotels already exist. So no, they would not need to be rezoned.
Okay, thank you.
So just maybe to continue the discussion, because we talked about maybe some things that might be useful in citing a facility. Are there things, and I think it was alluded to at least in some level, potentially in a staff report, that where these facilities would not be suitable from the Planning Commission members. I'm trying to give as much guidance as we can to staff to develop this. So are there areas where we think it would not be suitable? And I'm thinking, I think there was a comment about areas with no noise walls or adjacent to freeways, or I don't know. I think there were a couple different things that may have been mentioned. So just trying to continue this and hopefully give you something, Ms. Farnham.
Yeah, appreciate that. Are you asking staff? Are you
No,
I'm putting that out for the commission?
For the commission members.
Okay.
At this point, to try and give you something.
Yeah.
And maybe to, and I know Commissioner Cookdown's got something, but maybe to the point of some background on where we have cited residential locations where we think they're not appropriate. Maybe that would help us in the discussion. Because I think it's not allowed in certain areas of the airport path and things like that. So, I don't know. Commissioner Cookton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. This isn't going to directly answer your question. It's more of another question for Ms. Farnham. With the graphic you have shown up here, you've highlighted the hotel parcels that meet the criteria of a half mile and a half mile. And so it's, you know, some certain zoning districts, C2, C4, C5, et cetera. With this approach of the standards approach, are you then proposing, is it still a zoning thing where all C2 parcels would be available for this usage, or are we only saying that zone with an existing hotel on it would then be allowed?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cookdown, I think the idea with this, these are ideas to discuss with you, it was that it would be restricting to existing hotels, restricting the IUP use to existing hotels that are located in these areas. So half a mile from frequent transit and half a mile from a grocery store. And whatever the zoning district is. And so it wouldn't be based on zoning, it would be based on there being an existing hotel. So that would be the use, the existing use. But only those hotels that are also located in these areas. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Just clarification here, Ms. Barnum, on this particular graphic, the C2 through C5 and the CS 0.5 through 1 and I think FD2, those are, I mean, as I read this, that's all on the north edge of the city. There is nothing, none of those 16 parcels are actually south of what looks like, 86th Street. Is that, am I reading this correctly?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. In fact, let me go to the map that just shows the hotels.
Okay.
So these are the hotel parcels. So you can see that there are areas of the city where there are no hotels. And as you would imagine, they're located mostly along 494 and in the South Loop. So this is where our hotels are. So this was kind of a starting point. It isn't the only starting point. It's just one starting point here for discussion purposes tonight. The commission might have some other thoughts, but since it seemed like hotels seem to be a more logical potential initial use that might transition to or use request an IUP. An office building could as well. I think the use of an office building for a temporary pandemic shelter would probably require a little bit more upfront modification to the building to make it appropriate. Hotels are the easiest thing, so I think that's why we started with let's just start with where the hotels are. But that doesn't mean that it could only be in hotels.
Okay. Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To your question of are there areas where we wouldn't think it was an appropriate use, I think for the sake of the conversation we're having about hotels as a use and which hotels, and then your question about is there any adjacency that would not be appropriate, nothing is coming to mind based on these parcels, especially when you get to the overlay it with the transit parcel. Like I said, and based on the draft that the staff had last time, which Ms. Farnham mentioned, talked about meal service as part of the plan, which I'm very supportive of. I'm less concerned about the grocery overlay, but I don't have any specific ones that I would remove from this list based on adjacencies that come to mind.
Okay, Commissioner Abdi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have so many thoughts that are going through my head, but I feel like those are just things for me to just calm down and go back and reread the material. And I appreciate staff's different options that you've provided of thinking in terms of like what was provided before and what is provided, the options that we're discussing today in terms of like thinking in the lens of transit and grocery. So I do appreciate that option. My only worry or concern now is having also just recently heard that initial testimony from the guy or that family who owns that sort of shopping center. The worry of concentration of hotels, considering that the most logical, as Julie mentioned, would be the types of use likely able to apply for interim use is a hotel. We already have 6 in the city per previous presentation. My only worry is the concentration. We looking at this map right now, South Loop has a ton. The others, South Loop at least has I feel like there's some transit in that area, not too far from Mall of America, American Boulevard. Have we considered, I know I was advocating for opening it up for more zoning districts, but have we also considered capping in general? And I don't know what that would look like, saying, only a certain number of hotels in the South Loop if there are currently none operating, or any interested from those hotels or anywhere else in the city. Maybe requiring, and I know if we add a transit layer, it could introduce a distancing opportunity. I guess what I'm thinking out loud, or in my head out loud, is while we should be considering and having this type of use in the city, my worry would be even at a temporary use, and we haven't yet decided in terms of the duration, what would that do to our existing residential areas and uses? So I'm definitely thinking in the sense of what would a cap look like, and what would a concentration do to the city and existing uses in the long run. And I don't know if we can even discuss the thing that we received from our attorney, the city attorney. I can email you guys separately, but I just had some additional questions. But I'll close it by saying, have you considered capping, distancing requirements to just make sure that the interim use question of, I think one of the commissioners asked about the impacts to surrounding uses.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Abdi. We haven't started to chart all of that out yet. I think we were really kind of waiting to get a more clear direction from the commission, but certainly there's a common tool is spacing requirements. So you could put a cap, but you could also space. So you could say, could be used in hotels. The IUP could be used in an existing hotel, but only if distanced at least this far from another shelter, for instance. You could put a cap and say only so many can operate in the city at the same time. Now, the one thing I would say is, now by definition, this use is really only going to come into play while there's a pandemic going on. So, and it's a short-term use, right? It's not a permanent use. So just to keep that in mind. But anyway, so criteria that you might want us to consider, and we could certainly do that buffering, those distancing, because we do that for other types of uses. And we could come back and show you what that would look like, and how many parcels that would, we did that with the self-storage. I don't know, Commissioner Abdi, if you were on the commission when the self-storage was talked about, but there was a couple different factors that we used for buffering. So like buffering to single family, buffering to other facilities. You could, so buffering, distancing is certainly one tool that we could use, and we could prepare some maps to show what that might look like.
Commissioner Abdi, did you have any thoughts about maybe distances or buffers? You're on mute. You're still on mute.
It's a long night.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, for the existing hotels that are currently operating that currently do not have an interim use, is that correct? And if they do not have a current interim use, would they be subject to applying for a new application for an interim use, or would they be non-conforming and continue to operate, but be required to provide the specific management list of stuff that you had mentioned as part of the requirement to reviewing or approving a interim use application for such uses?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Abdi, I think I'll start this, and then if either Ms. Rogers or Ms. Worthington wants to flesh it out more. First of all, this IUP doesn't exist at this point in time, so there are no IUPs for the temporary pandemic housing. So until an ordinance is passed that creates that use, it's not a use that currently exists. So to answer your first question, none of the existing hotels have an IUP for this. So I think I'll have, because I don't want to get too far into the legalities, but I think I'll have Megan Rogers, if she can, respond to the question of how this might apply to existing hotels.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham. Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Commissioner Abdi. So I think how this works is that the sort of, and this is reflected in your conversation this evening, is that we have a population that needs to be sheltered, to be cared for. There are significant demonstrated safety concerns for that are resulting impacts for some of those uses that we're seeing now. That was reflected in the earlier testimony this evening. And we're trying to figure out how to create space for that with limited physical space, right? We don't have, there's not a large, the city isn't proposing, and nor has Hennepin County proposed a place to shelter people or house them in a specific type of development. And so I think what we're talking about for this would be a mechanism through the IUP process and our land use process to put some of the controls in place that staff believes would be helpful in remedying some of the impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods. And so hypothetically, if you were to apply the IUP to a number of zoning districts, the factors that you would look at in making the specific determination are what would you need to do for the period of the IUP to make it effective and to make the people living in the facility, in the hotel, safe, to make surrounding residents safe, and to surrounding businesses safe. Safe in terms of just, change in density, change in use. I think that's one of the things that we're looking at, is that we usually talk about residential uses having all of these other components, just like Ms. Farnham discussed, the access to transit, the access to grocery, the access to housing, to jobs. And there's a reason why we don't have residential housing in those places right now. It's because they're more suitable for hotel uses. So how do we sort of navigate these competing interests? And the IUP may be a vehicle for the city to address some of the surrounding concerns and to meet the immediate temporary, pandemic-based needs. So I think that's the sort of policy/legal conversation where we are with that.
Commissioner Abdi, does that help you?
Yes, but more directly, for the existing hotels that are mentioned currently operating under as a pandemic housing, I believe that's what was mentioned before. Once an interim use application comes to an existence, would they be required to go back and apply for one to become conforming to the standards that are established under the interim use, or would they continue to operate because they had established before an interim use was created?
It would be the city's perspective, if we move forward with the IUP, that the applicants would that the hotels wishing to continue the use would apply for the IUP, and that would be the process that we would use if the IUP comes into place.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a specific number, but I support the concept that Commissioner Abdi raised about density of use. So I would look to staff for some, when they bring something back with their thoughts on that, but I think that's a really good point. Both from, again, other uses in the area and also just overwhelming the system in the area with too much in one spot. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Roman. I think I would also share your support of that. I'm concerned. One of the things we may or don't see here is what the demographic backgrounds are, the areas where these are, or at least some of these hotels are located. Are we concentrating or adversely impacting groups without knowing it? And so I think dispersing the potential for this use is a good option. I don't know what that number is, but as I sit here and think about it a little bit, and I keep looking, well, what is appropriate use that it's close to or not close to, and if we can go back to one of them with the transit, I think that just kind of helps me, because I think in my mind I've landed that transit they should be near those transit lines, and I also wonder about, maybe there's something tied to the location and spacing of stations in relative location to the facility. I mean, we can say it's on a transit line, but how close is it to a stop? And I'm thinking more along the lines of like the 94th Street, the hotel there. Certainly really don't have a option to get on the orange line, so then it has to be one of the other lines. So just thinking about that. Yes, Ms. Farnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know where I have my little raise the hand button on this, so I'm just going to do that.
We'll get you up to technology speed someday.
We can certainly, we have information on where stops are, although stops can move around, but we do have information on where stops are. So we could, what you're getting at here is it's not just on a route, but within a certain proximity to a actual stop, because some of these routes have stops that are spaced fairly far apart. So I mean, that's certainly one thing that we could look at, distance to stop. And I just wanted to circle back a little bit on Commissioner Roman's comment, because I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. When you say that you support some sort of a density filter here, are you meaning a buffer, like a distance buffer from something, or are you meaning a cap, like so many per city overall?
Yeah, I think, Ms. Farnham, it would be one in relation to another. So if there are going to be 4 of them, for example, I don't know that you would want all 4 of them in immediately adjacent parcels. It may be that best, I don't know what the right number is, but it may be that when staff does the research, they find that, yeah, we don't think it's a good idea for more than one to be within a half mile of another one. Or, I know there are some hotels that are different sizes, so maybe it's not more than 50 beds or 150 beds within a mile of whatever that is. I don't know what that is, but I think something like that is probably valuable.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you were saying you wanted there to be a cap as opposed to kind of more of a spacing, a dispersion kind of a thing. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Cookton.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Got a lot of thoughts here, so I'll do my best to put them in some sort of cohesive order here. I think I'm trending in a little bit of a different direction than some of the other commissioners here, in that I have gone, having received more information on the loss of discretion by not requiring a rezone. I think I've become convinced of the original proposal by staff that a rezone is the right way to go. I don't think it's the perfect approach. I still don't like that a property, a hotel, has to then rezone back to go back to being a hotel. I don't like that. But I don't think in my head I can come up with a better approach than that. And I think I would add to that, a hotel then going into this would know they have to go and rezone back. And so they're making that choice. They've made that choice. And that's part of the process. I don't love it, but I like a lot the ability to have the maximum amount of latitude and discretion by requiring a rezone. And I think perhaps you could add on top of that some of these standards approaches. So not only do you require a rezone, but you also have to be within a quarter mile of a transit stop, or however we want to frame that. And so perhaps that's a middle of the road approach, is that yes, we're still looking at these sort of, standards approaches where we're trying to create a final solution that's workable for the long term. But I don't know if I can get there if we're not requiring a rezone or something equivalent to give us that amount of discretion on future applications. Sort of separate from that, the only other thing I have sort of jotted down here is I would maybe want us to consider, as we talk about terms, we've been sort of throwing out this number of 2 years. I'm a little uncomfortable with that in the context of like the current pandemic, where we have just had 2 vaccines approved, and we'd all like to think we're now within, call it 6 months of this thing being over. And so does it make sense to have, if somebody doesn't get their IUP until 4 months from now, we're then talking about almost the full 2-year term after the pandemic has ended, in that sense at least. And so would we perhaps say it's, I don't even know if you could do this, but 2 years from the official start of a pandemic per whatever, somebody, or something to that effect. I would also maybe consider something shorter than 2 years, but I don't know if I'm in love with the 2 years from the start of the IUP, because it's very dependent on when you get it, and it's unrelated somewhat to the start of the pandemic. Anyhow, I'll stop talking.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cookdon. Ms. Rogers, did you want to maybe make a comment to the discretion on the length of the IUP?
Absolutely. So in drafting the standards for the IUP, the state law requires us to set a time specific, but the time specific then for the individual IUP can be varied based upon the applicant and the needs that the city might feel was appropriate. So there could be a scenario sort of like what was initially presented with the Extended Stay America, where that might have been appropriate for a 2-year term or maybe slightly less, 18 months. And there could be the IUP could allow up to 2 years, but could actually function for a period of 2 to 4 to 6 months, based upon the facts and circumstances presented to the Planning Commission and the City Council with each individual application.
Okay, and just to clarify on that, so they could come in for an IUP, and I just to make sure on that discretion period, but asking for up to 2 years, could we grant it for 6 months? Is that what you're saying? Or would they have the discretion to which then we're just reacting to that time?
Right. So the Planning Commission and the City Council would have the discretion to limit the nature of the scope. Now, the applicant, very well. As our procedure typically works, there's a significant conversation that's had with staff on the front end of any application about what our zoning code provides for and what our concerns are and what the and what would be appropriate for the use. And there's sort of this push and pull of based upon the policy expertise of staff, what would be appropriate. And then the applicant comes forward. Now, certainly the applicant could ask for the 2 years, but it would be within the discretion of the Planning Commission and the City Council to limit it based upon the specific facts and circumstances, again, that were presented in that quasi-judicial hearing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree that the 2 years is too long, in my opinion. I would be more in favor of some sort of a time frame that tied it to another action, such as, for example, an IUP could be in place for up to, say, 60 days past the end of a declaration of emergency in the city. So therefore, you might know that we don't know how long the pandemic will go on for, but when the city determines that the pandemic has ended, then there's a time certain at the end of that. It's one idea. I don't know. There's probably pros and cons to that, but I think it would get you in the situation, avoid the situation where you might have someone, to Commissioner Clifton's point, where you get an IUP for 2 years and really the crisis that we're trying to, the crisis of homelessness is not going to end, but the crisis that we're running into where permanent shelters are not able to house as many people because of distancing requirements is what we're trying to support in the moment. And so that's where I was thinking possibly something that's tied to the pandemic declaration for consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Roman. I think that's a good point. Commissioner Abdi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be my final comment or question for the evening. A lot of the conversations we've been having has been around hotels. I know only one time was a different use mentioned as a potential, like an office use could be renovated to be used as a pandemic housing, as a temporary pandemic housing. But so that kind of hearing that opened up a lot of opportunities in my head, maybe, but that's a different story. The only thing I wanted to comment on was, as part of the presentation, the objective, as if I understood this correctly, of the ordinance was to foster long-term residential transition. If we have been focusing a lot on hotels, how is this objective being met? And you don't have to respond to this right now. Maybe you can address it at a later time. But just going back to the objective that you have referenced a couple times in this presentation and the previous staff meeting that we had, is to ensure folks going through this have long-term residential transition. What does that mean? And if we're only focusing on utilizing hotels as a means to address the current pandemic, what does that actually sound or look like for long-term transition? Yeah, that's just a question that does not need to be answered right now, but something that I wanted to point out. If the city is considering long-term housing for such groups, then does us focusing now on primarily hotels potentially address your concern or potential interest to have folks into transitioning into long-term housing? So that's just a comment. Again, you don't have to answer it.
So,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
Commissioner Abdi, I'm just going to make one point is, while this IUP was not intended to solve that long-term issue, the city is, as you are probably aware, making some pretty big strides with regard to affordable housing and with the intent of expanding the housing that's available in the city. So that's one thing that the city is doing along those lines.
Okay. So Commissioner Abdi, on that point, I think that's the original proposal, which tied it to the RM50, was probably more directly linked to that comment than just the independent IUP as we move forward. And I'm getting a head nod from Ms. Rogers, so I must have said something smart there. Anybody else comments on this, or Ms. Farnham, is there more direction that would be helpful?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I think, you've given us some things to think about, and it sounds as if I can summarize this, that people are tending to prefer a standards approach over a strict zoning approach, if I'm hearing it correctly. I'm hearing that transit is a good filter, but maybe take a look at some other filters. I'm hearing that grocery stores maybe aren't as important, but other filters might be important, like distancing kinds of things, or concentration, some factors that could relate to ensure that there isn't a concentration. Not exactly sure what that means, but we can, certainly look into that and come back with some more ideas. With regard to the duration, I guess I'm hearing some folks say that 2 years may be too long. That said, as Ms. Rogers pointed out, there is the Planning Commission, City Council do have some discretion when they review a specific proposal to set a limit that's different than that 2 years, and it's shorter than that 2 years. So I guess the question then comes back to, should the ordinance allow for up to 2 years? Because there might be situations where that makes sense and others where it doesn't make sense. But that would allow, again, up to 2 years, but the Planning Commission, City Council could narrow that in their decision-making process based on the particulars of the circumstance. So I'm not sure exactly where to go on the duration thing. If there was something more specific, maybe you just want us to play through some scenarios and come back and talk about that some more. I guess I'm not sure.
I think probably some scenarios, but just maybe a piece again of information to think about. And something Commissioner Roman said that made me think about it, and as we were talking about maybe a buffer, or maybe not 150 beds or 50 beds within a distance of another, might be useful to know. Is there a standard size facility? Is there an ideal size facility? What is the average in the region? Something like that might be helpful. Talking about durations, a thought comes to my mind that as we talk about hotels, and I think we heard it back and forth about food prep versus meals being provided, I guess I could see a longer duration if family units were housed in locations that had amenities such as stoves, had the kitchen within the unit, but that's my specific thought. Otherwise, a much shorter unit would probably, or a shorter duration when there's services that have to be provided potentially, and then that makes me think that you may be able to reestablish if, for instance, Commissioner Roman, it's tied to the end of the pandemic and they only ask for 6 months, and 9 months from now we're still going. So some thoughts about that, because we're in uncharted territory, so I'm a little reluctant to say this is only to the end of the emergency declaration order and then it comes back. So maybe have some duration in there that allows flexibility.
Okay.
Commissioner Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You bring up a good point of consideration, especially when it comes to the families and the many students that are part of those families, and the impact that the pandemic has had in their families. It's not going to be gone once the pandemic is officially over. It's going to linger for at least another couple of years, where our families will continue to struggle in many different ways. So as we look into what's best for our youth and for for our kids. We also have to take into consideration that not having stability of being in one place has big negative impact in their academics and their lives. And so that's another thing that while it could make sense for some people, for families especially, it could have a negative impact if this is below the 2 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Corman. Yeah, that's a great point about family structure and the impacts to the kids by having to be displaced. Well, the family as a whole of having to be displaced in very short term and on short durations. So I think generally supportive myself of that longer duration, and we'll go from there. So Commissioner Cookton.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Corman on that, and I think that's maybe one reason to go with something that's at least a year, and then, as was noted, it's at our discretion to make it shorter than a year, and so perhaps the thought process at that time of how long is the duration of this thing is that it's tries to time it out with over a summer break or even a semester break to maybe try to assist with those families and not leaving them in a difficult position. So I like that ability to give them a little extra time and strategically plan out the end of these IUPs to help out our families.
Okay, thank you. Very good comments. All right, Ms. Farnham, anything else you're looking for from us? It's I think everybody's staring at the clock a little bit and trying to lift themselves out of their seats a little bit. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for sticking with this. I know it is late and you've had a long agenda. So I guess my one last question here is, do you feel like you want to discuss further? Do you want us to go back and kind of massage this and come back with some more refined ideas to discuss at like a study session? Or do you want us to try to fashion this into an ordinance format that we could bring back to you?
I'll speak personally for myself and let the other commissioners speak up, but I think there is a lot to chew on in this, and a study session, in my mind, would be appropriate. Others? I see Commissioner Corman nodding. Commissioner Roman?
I agree. There's a lot in here. I also know that time is not our friend in this topic.
Yeah.
And so I'm a little bit torn on that. We have given a lot of good direction tonight and last 2 weeks ago. So I trust staff and I'm confident in their skills. I would lean toward moving it next, whatever the appropriate timing is.
Just want to make sure I'm looking at the schedule. And our next regularly scheduled study session is January 14th, and I agree with you. I think that's a bit far out. Mr. Markegard, our next meeting. Ms. Farnham, looking at our upcoming dates, December 3rd, December 17th, January 7th. How quickly do you think you would be able to fashion something if we were to come back directly to a public hearing with notice and everything else?
Mr. Chair, the earliest, if you wanted this in ordinance form that needed to be noticed, would be December 17th.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Chair, while that's theoretically possible, given the holidays, we have a lot of staff out due to illness with the COVID and quarantine related to COVID. It may not be realistic to get it to you by that date. So I'm thinking January is more realistic.
Okay. Is there, and I ask this out of ignorance, is there a possibility of scheduling a study session in any one of those dates that isn't already scheduled, or adding it on so that we can have additional discussion before, or to tidy up.
Mr. Chairman, we could definitely add a study item to another meeting, say December 17th.
Okay.
The trick is we would need to provide notice, so we'd have to wait to move forward on notice until after that study session.
And it's a 30-day notice?
So the notice has to be in the newspaper at least 10 days prior to the meeting, but because our official newspaper is a weekly, effectively it's 14 days in our case, and then the notice has to go a week in front of that, so that's 21 days. So we have to have a notice finalized at least 21 days prior to a public hearing.
So that puts us back to, if we hold the January 21st date, then it sounds like. All right, Planning Commission members, what do you want? I need a thumbs up for a study session, or coming directly to ordinance, to a public hearing. Commissioner, and I'll just go through and get your sense. Commissioner Corman?
Ouch. You're catching me at a very late time of the night for this question. I would obviously prefer the study session because it allows for taking this time, but obviously if it doesn't seem like, if this is an urgent, as it is urgent, then I will be okay with going directly with the ordinance.
Okay, are you ready for potential another long Planning Commission meeting? Commissioner Roman, I think we got your sense that you would move directly to public hearing. Commissioner Abdi?
Mr. Chair, I would be open to moving directly to an ordinance, but my only concern would be that I feel like we have two other commissioners who are not here. Should they be available by then? They bring up other great questions that we are back to having it extended. And I feel like there's, after this presentation or what we heard today, we have added more to the menu for staff. So I would prefer a study session to just make sure that we are not sending staff back again, because we have, based on what we have learned again, that we are reacting in a possibly different direction or adding on to that. So I'm open to either or, okay, leaning to with a study session.
Commissioner Crookton?
Study.
You'd prefer study?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I got, from what I gather, there is support for both, but there's probably more of a prevalence towards a study session. So if we could move to draw this as a addition onto the December 17th, that would potentially bring us to a public hearing, my understanding, early part of January. Even without that, we're probably looking at a January 7th. So it's a difference of 14 days if I did my calculation right.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if we come December 17th, we'd probably be looking at January 28th, I believe it is.
Okay.
So the schedule is not adopted yet for the Planning Commission for 2021 because the council has not yet adopted their schedule. But we need to move forward. So tentatively, we're looking at the 14th regular meeting, 21st study, and 28th regular meeting.
So the 14th right now is labeled as a study session.
Yes.
That could be redirected. Is that what you're saying? 14th of January, that is.
Yeah, I was thinking the study session on December 17th.
Oh, yep.
And then we get final direction from the commission.
Yes.
And then advertise it, which would bring it to the 28th.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could ask a potentially impertinent question. By the end of January, then to council, then to published ordinance, then to application for an IUP, then to planning commission and to council. Is there going to be any relevance to this by the time it's available?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Roman, it's entirely possible there may not by the time somebody could actually apply for the IUP.
And I just wanted to ask it before staff spend a lot of time on something that
that is
may or may not turn out into anything.
Okay, so that would be okay. So January 28th, if study. All right. Otherwise, likely January 7th to have, if we go directly to ordinance, long meeting. So we do save 3 weeks, thereabouts, in the process. How long?
Actually, January 14th.
14th
would be the
sorry.
first January Planning Commission.
Oh, oh, gee whiz, we got January 7th labeled on here. All right.
Okay.
All right, so January 14th. All right, 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks difference. So either way, you still have the whole process going forward. That's several months. All right, I'll ask the question one more time, knowing that there's 2 weeks difference. Commissioner Roman, early January 14th or study session?
I guess I'm indifferent. By the time it gets to January, I'm not sure of the utility of the process and the ordinance.
Okay. Commissioner Corman?
Well, it looks like the sooner the better. No?
Okay. Commissioner Cookton?
I would still support a study with the small differential.
Okay. Commissioner Abdi?
I'm open to either or, just being cautious of when something comes up that we send it back with more stuff.
Okay. All right. I'm going to err on the side of faster is better on this one. We have a population that's experiencing homelessness, and we have certainly conflicts within our ordinance, and I want to make that as potentially available to them as I can. We can't, unfortunately, help the process as much as we'd like to, but we can do what we can. So I would move forward that we bring this directly back to the Planning Commission in a public hearing format. And if along the way, if we can direct staff to share items when applicable during our study sessions, previous to that, that would be helpful. And we can go with that. So that means at this point, I think we have 2 remaining items, unless, Ms. Farnham, you have additional questions for us or additional guidance needed?
Except to make a motion to direct staff to basically what you just said.
Okay, all right. So hopefully I didn't overstep my bounds with the Planning Commission members and they don't like anything I said. So Planning Commission members, I'd look for a motion. A motion, there we go. Commissioner Cookton?
I'm happy to make a motion. If I can do it as broadly as saying, I motion to move the schedule as proposed by Commissioner Solberg. If we need more specifics, I may need that laid out in front of me again.
Okay, are we are we okay with that, staff?
There is a motion on the, if you can see that, you could just simply, instead of saying at a future date, you could simply insert in January 14th.
Okay.
At a future date of January 14th, 2021.
Okay, could you just restate the whole motion for us, Commissioner Cook? Just add that date on the end.
Mr. Chair, I move to direct staff to prepare a new ordinance as discussed on November 19th, 2020 for further review and consideration on January, I'm sorry, was it 14th?
14th.
January 14th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion to direct staff to prepare a new ordinance for consideration at the January 14th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Is there a second? Commissioner Abdi?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to direct staff to move forward with preparing a new ordinance for review at the January 14th Planning Commission meeting. All those in favor say aye. By roll call, Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Motion passes. Staff is so directed. All right, we have...
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. It's a lot of work. We appreciate it. We know it's going to be a lot more work. All right. Last thing remaining in front of us, commission members, is approval of Planning Commission synopsis for both the October 8th and then the October 22nd Planning Commission meeting. At the October 8th meeting, Commissioner Abdi, you were absent. You can abstain from that vote if you like at that point. Planning Commission members, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Roman.
Move to approve the October 8th, 2020 synopsis.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to approve the October 8th, 2020 synopsis. Commissioner Cookton, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the October 8th Planning Commission synopsis. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Corman?
Aye.
Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. All right, now on to the October 22nd Planning Commission meeting. Commissioner Corman, you were absent from that meeting. I would entertain a motion to approve the October 22nd Planning Commission synopsis. Commissioner Cookton?
Motion to approve the synopsis from October 22nd.
All right, we have a motion in front of us. Is there a second? Commissioner Abdi?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve the October 22nd Planning Commission synopsis and a second. All those in favor say aye by roll call. Commissioner Corman? Oh, yep, Commissioner Corman, you may abstain if you want. All right, abstain.
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Roman?
Aye.
Commissioner Abdi?
Aye.
Commissioner Cookton?
Aye.
And aye for myself. Motion passes. And that's the approval of the October 22nd Planning Commission synopsis. And with that, our next meeting will be December 3rd, 2020. How many items do we have on for that, Mr. Markegard?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we have 3 items on that agenda, and it looks like a relatively quick 3 items.
Okay, thank you. 3 items at our December 3rd, 2020 meeting coming up, and that concludes our meeting for tonight. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, public, for all your comments.